All right. Sorry about that, everybody. And thank you all for being here at the 2025 Q3 ICA workshop. We're starting with some logistics. All attendees are automatically muted. To ask a question, please use the raise hand button so that a host can unmute you. Alternatively, you can type your question in chat and questions will either be read aloud or responded to by a speaker or responded directly to in the chat. Friendly reminder to mute yourself when you're done speaking. Another note is attendees cannot see other attendees in a WebEx webinar naturally, but you can all see the chat. So if you are comfortable, we encourage posting your name and organization in the chat so that attendees are aware of their peers. Next slide, please. Thank you, Angelica. With that, we can move on to the agenda. The day starts with an introduction from Energy Division, which we are currently in. Around 9:15, we will hand off to SCE to discuss their ICA updates, remediations, stakeholder feedback, Dr. Pep updates, and finally Q&A. We will then have an early lunch break from 11:15 to 12:15, at which point SDG&E will begin their presentation of ICA refinements, data validations, known ICA issues, the remediation plan, and Q&A. After a short break, PG&E will begin at 1:40 and cover ICA accuracy, automatic capacity evaluator, publication updates, other questions, and Q&A. And then we can explain some next steps. Next slide, please. With that, I will hand off to Audrey Newman of Commissioner Houck's office for some opening remarks.
Thank you, Raymond. Good morning, and thank you all for joining today's ICA, or Integrated Capacity Analysis workshop. Commissioner Houck did want to be here today. However, she had an unavoidable conflict in Northern California this week and wasn't able to attend. I'm Audrey Newman, her energy advisor and interim deputy chief of staff, and Commissioner Houck wanted me to provide some brief opening remarks on her behalf. The last few workshops on improvements to the utilities ICA maps have opened up some good dialogue. These tools for load and generation are essential to enabling a high distributed energy resource future, as they provide transparency for developers and other customers. What has become clear through both the high DR proceeding and these last workshops is that the ICA maps still require improvements to accuracy and accessibility in order for them to live up to their expected use cases. The last two workshops were meant to facilitate constructive collaboration between utilities and stakeholders to help the utilities get to the bottom of resolving issues with their ICA maps, and additionally to inform the utilities' remediation plans. The utilities have since filed their proposed remediation plans via advice letter, and stakeholders have provided feedback via comments. Today's workshop is an opportunity for utilities to discuss their proposal, determine if any adjustment to their plans may be needed. Getting these remediation steps, ensuring accessible and accurate ICAs provide benefits to utilities, ratepayers, and customers like solar and EV charging developers. Done efficiently, improved ICAs can advance the process to develop critical projects and further our state's clean energy, transportation, and DER goals. Commissioner Houck wanted to express her appreciation for the time and insights that from the stakeholders who have participated in these workshops and filed comments to the utilities advice letters. This insight is critical. I'd also like to extend a special thank you to Energy Division staff for making this workshop happen, in particular Raymond for leading these workshops. We're looking forward to today's workshop discussion and furthering the progress on the ICA improvements that the High DER Track 1 Phase 1 decision directed. I'll be listening in throughout the workshop on behalf of Commissioner Houck today, and will relay to her the discussion and outcomes from the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Audrey. And next slide, please, Angelica. All right, so Audrey already alluded to it, but I wanted to do some initial background and framing for everyone to remind us all what brought us here today. So in Track 1, Phase 1 of the High DER proceeding, the Commission issued Decision 24-10-030, which included various ICA improvements, among a number of other things. Notably, this included, but is not limited to, ordering paragraph 34, which created the consolidated biannual ICA reporting, ordering paragraph 35, which established this workshop series, and ordering paragraph 36, which required the filing of the IOU remediation plans as Tier 3 advice letters. Next slide, please. As Audrey already touched on again, since the issuing of that decision, the first 2 ICA workshops were held earlier this year, as well as the first 2 biannual ICA report batches being released. On August 26th, the utilities filed their Tier 3 advice letters containing their remediation plans, and following protests, those advice letters were all suspended effective September 25th. So the next steps, so that we know going into the workshop, are upon disposition of the Tier 3 advice letters, the utilities must implement the approved remediation plans, continue to use the biannual reports and quarterly workshops to provide updates on their progress. And then much further down the road, within 60 days following the 4th anniversary of the first workshop, the utilities can submit an advice letter to either sunset or extend this quarterly workshop series. That means that this workshop today is an excellent opportunity to, 1, receive updates on ICA improvements already ongoing, and 2, discuss the merits of the protest to the proposed remediation plans and get us all thinking before those plans are approved and adopted. We're a little ahead of time, but with that, I think I will pass over to SCE. We're unable to hear you, Ari.
Again, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, I switched to my laptop. Okay, thank you very much. I am Ari Altman, case manager for the HIDR proceeding for SCE, and thank you all for attending this quarterly workshop. As Raymond said, we've had several this year already, last being in June. So it seems perhaps that not much time has passed, but actually we've had quite a bit of progress, and as well as the submission of our Tier 3 advice letter on remediation. So we have quite a bit to share with you today, and we have about 2 hours allotted for SCE, about through 11:15. So I think Raymond's controlling slides. So Raymond, would you mind going to the next slide? Great. So here's our agenda for today. Again, about 2 hours. And we have 4 main topics. ICA updates. So those are going to be our updates on our ICA process. These are going to be associated with the more traditional updates that we've been working on for several years. The steps that were put in place back in 2022. Then we'll talk about the ICA remediation update. So sort of an update on the advice letter that we submitted in August and the progress we've made. I do want to make clear, however, that because that Tier 3 advice letter has been suspended, this is not an approved remediation plan, but as a courtesy to stakeholders and the CPUC, we are sharing some updates on how that's looking. Again, though, I want to make clear that this is just a proposal, and you can perhaps judge for yourselves if our proposal is working out, but it is not an approved plan. We'll then talk about some of the stakeholder feedback that we received regarding the remediation plan, also the protests we received, and then we'll move on finally to our external portal, which we refer to affectionately as Dr. PEP. The DRP external portal. Assad from our team will be giving the update on new features, enhancements, and as well as any issues that we are currently working through. Forgot to mention Carly Gomez, of course, engineer at ICA, is going to be our presenter for most of the time. I really appreciate all of her contributions to the ICA team. It's a big team. It's not just Carly, but she's going to be presenting today, and we're very grateful to have her. I do want to mention that you see a Q&A portion at the end of 15 minutes. Don't worry, we've actually built in Q&A for each of these sections. So we'll be taking questions throughout, and I think maybe Raymond can help us facilitate that. And then the Q&A section at the end is really intended for more kind of wrap up conversations, next steps, that kind of thing. But we'll be taking Q&A throughout about our particular slide. So if you have more of an overarching comment, or if you have thoughts about next steps in the proceeding about ICA that aren't directly related to one of our slides, I would hold that until the end, the last 15 minutes when we do have a Q&A about that. So that covers, the agenda. And I think at this point, I'll be handing it over to Carly. So if you can advance the slide, Raymond, I think Carly's going to try to come on. Hopefully she is able to connect her audio.
Yep,
And
I think, can you guys hear me?
Sure can. Thank you, Carly. And we can see you. So I'm going to go on mute, but I'll come in if necessary.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Ari. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Commission. Good morning, stakeholders and our fellow IOUs. As Ari mentioned, my name is Carly Gomez, and I'm an engineer with SCE's ICA team. Today, I'll be presenting all things ICA on behalf of SCE, and my colleague Assad Bucks will be presenting all things Dr. PEP or data portal related in the latter half of this presentation. So to begin here, we have an update on SCE's forecast load ICA development as a part of the adopted load ICA refinements. So since our last workshop and biannual report in Q2, the ICA user interface design for the new long-term planning and system modeling tool, or LTPT SMT for short, has been completed. So that was a big step for us. The second phase of the load flow engine is being constructed to perform unbalanced load flow, and our forward-looking model preparation and capabilities continue to remain on track with their anticipated Q4 target deliveries. The LTPT SMT general user interface, which is actively in development and moving towards implementation, is also on track for its Q1 2026 target delivery. Load ICA, Generation ICA, and protection study capabilities continue to be workshopped internally before beginning development, but they are also still currently on track for the targeted Q3 2026 delivery as shown here. We can go to the next slide. So here we are presenting our updated aggregated load ICA metrics. As shared in the Q2 ICA biannual report, we refined the load ICA result aggregation methodology to include active nodes only. So as of September this year, we saw a 3.5% increase in zero capacity results since our last report in July, while referencing the most limiting hour methodology. When referencing the node hour methodology for the same time period, we saw an 8.26 decrease in zero capacity results since the last time we reported in July. Considering these metrics, the progress measured by the node hour methodology is a better reflective metric that is a better representation of actual progress made. This is because the node hour methodology provides a more holistic view of capacity availability across all 576 hours, whereas the most limiting methodology is much more conservative and represents the count of all nodes with at least one ICA result equal to 0, which, as stated in the Energy Council proposal appendix, can lead to a false perception of low capacity. Additionally, I would like to note that the total node counts have significantly increased as we have reactivated a good portion of previously inactive circuits and have begun processing them through ICA, which will lead us into our next section. Next slide. In this section, we'll review the proposed remediation plan we submitted on August 26th in 56. So on August 26th of this year, we submitted Advice 5614E, which included the proposed remediation plan to address and correct all known issues with the ICA for both generation and load. This was done in accordance with Decision 2410-030, ordering paragraph 36. In the advice letter, SCE successfully met all requirements of the mandate in ordering paragraph 36 by providing a proposed remediation strategy with a proposed schedule and timeline for remediation activities. This proposal of schedule activities and timeline served as the baseline for future biannual ICA and data portal reporting on the remediation plans. In the advice letter, SCE affirmed the accuracy of the published ICA results. We did not address zero capacity results or refresh cadence, as these were not items previously reported as affecting the accuracy of ICA values, nor have these topics ever been the cause of missing ICA values. SCE captured all known issues affecting ICA accuracy and missing or erroneous results per the mandate in its inactive criteria, which has been shared both recently and historically across various reporting. Since the submittal of Advice 5614E, SCE has already reactivated a large portion of inactive circuits, proving that we have proposed a practical and aggressive remediation plan with reasonable timelines to clear the 5 remaining criteria listed in the remediation plan. With that said, we do also acknowledge that the current ICA framework has some constraints, specifically focused around the inability to provide a forward-looking capacity analysis. We continue to pursue and develop solutions to provide a more applicable ICA for our customers. And we can move on to the next slide. So to get into the inactive criteria, as aforementioned, we have captured all known ICA issues in this inactive criteria. This criteria was created in 2023 during the system-wide refresh when our root cause analysis was performed and data quality gaps, modeling, and tool limitations came to light as SCE made efforts to refresh every circuit in the system. These issues were swiftly communicated to the CPUC, and SCE began reporting voluntarily on the progress of circuit reactivation. Again, I want to reiterate all known issues with the Load and Generation ICA affecting accuracy and missing or erroneous results as described in Decision 2410-030, ordering paragraph 34, are captured in SCE's inactive criteria. As of the date of this presentation, only 5 inactive criteria remain. As we continue to mitigate these issues, I would like to note that reactivation progress will not be linear, as some circuits have multiple criteria that need to be remediated before reactivation, and publication timelines will vary once circuits are reactivated, as they will be queued for study. So as communicated in previous reporting, we would like to be clear that reactivation timeline does not equate to publication timeline. Circuits will be published upon successful ICA completion, which will take place after reactivation. With that, I will now walk through the remaining inactive criteria and SCE's proposed mitigation plan to address each of them. So we begin with criterias 1 and 2, which are related to child substations. This criteria has been split into 1 and 2 as they have the same fix, but data validation efforts are slightly different, resulting in slightly different timelines in the initial proposal. Single source child substations are child substations for which SCE has more readily available information, which facilitates a more streamlined data collection and validation process. Whole top child substations do not have information that is readily available for the ICA, which makes the data collection and validation process much more labor intensive. This is the biggest haul in getting these circuits reactivated. However, once the information is reported and validated, SCE's ICA team has constructed an automated process which uses the collected information to properly model all upstream assets for each circuit fed out of a child substation. This automated process is applied to both single source and pole top child substations. Once each existing child circuit model is updated to include these upstream assets, the resulting model will now more accurately capture child circuit connectivity and will be utilized to run through the ICA. These criteria are both anticipated to be fully resolved by the end of Q4 2025 or December 31st of this year. As of August 26th, the date of submittal of Advice 5614E, there were 177 circuits affected by this criteria. As of September 30th, 64 of these circuits, or 17%, have already been cleared. I would like to note that of these 64 circuits with this criteria cleared, there are some circuits with additional criteria that must be mitigated before they can be reactivated. I will provide total counts of reactivated circuits or circuits with all inactive criteria cleared later in this section of the presentation. And we can move on to the next slide. The next remaining criteria is criteria 3, loop-fed child substations. ICA, as currently designed, is not equipped to perform analysis on this type of network configuration. Additionally, there is no existing standalone software or application on the market that has the capabilities to perform ICA on these types of configurations. This is an incredibly complex and intricate analysis, and in order to properly perform ICA on these circuits, we must integrate multiple circuit models, load and generation profiles for each circuit and substation in the loop network, and we must also be able to iteratively analyze a much higher count of nodes in one instance of ICA processing, which results in extended processing times. To be able to process these circuits, SCE has coordinated across industry to build a new long-term planning and system modeling tool, or the LTPT SMT as previously mentioned, from scratch that will address the limitations of current tools that cannot perform ICA on loop networks. This new tool will facilitate not only more accurate, but also more efficient analysis of loop systems and has been in the development with various stages already completed or in progress, as mentioned at the beginning of this presentation. Due to the complex nature of loop system analysis and the timelines for from-scratch development, this capability is expected to be available as of Q3 2026, so September 2026, at which time SCE will be able to reactivate circuits affected by this criteria. SCE would like to note that protection and operational flexibility studies will continue to be a constraint, though, because of the connectivity and fundamental electrical principles of these studies. These studies cannot be calculated through conventional ICA methods. So for these studies in the interim, SCE is prioritizing investigation into long-term solutions and has already begun engaging the appropriate engineering teams within our company to ensure proper protection and operational flexibility analysis can be provided. As of the submittal of our advice letter, there were 243 circuits affected by this criteria. And as of September 30th, one circuit has had this criteria cleared. We can go on to the next slide. The fourth remaining inactive criteria captures constraints for circuits with primary meter customers. The SCE has shared that the consumption data for a subset of our customers is collected and stored differently than is our typical consumption data, which is collected and stored using AMI or advanced metering infrastructure. To address this in the near term, SCE has taken the approach of applying connected capacity by customer to capture unavailable primary meter customer consumption information. We're also using this information to model the primary meter customer impact on the circuit. And while AMI is used where available, each primary meter customer is being assessed to properly capture customer size and contribution for incorporation into the affected circuit models, as well as their profiles. Applying this solution, SCE has been able to clear this criteria for 356 circuits as of September 30th. That means that over half of the circuits that were identified as affected by this criteria in the August 26th advice letter have already had this criteria mitigated by the end of September. I would like to note again that of these 356 circuits with this criteria cleared, there are some circuits that have additional criteria to be cleared before they can be fully reactivated. The remaining instances of this criteria are anticipated to be remediated by the end of Q4, December 31st, by application of this near-term fix. So that will be the end of this year. In the long term, and to permanently fix the method by which primary metered customer consumption is collected and stored, SCE is developing an automated system to improve primary meter data management and better capture connectivity from meter to circuit. This process will rectify primary meter connectivity issues and the associated profile challenges. We can go to criteria 5. Lastly, we have criteria 5, which is related to technical limitations. This criteria captures circuits that have anomalous technical obstacles that affect their ability to complete ICA. This focuses primarily on extended runtimes, which cause the analysis to time out before it can be completed, and circuit modeling or profile issues that cause the circuit to fail out of ICA processing. For these circuits, SCE must address them on a case-by-case basis to resolve the technical issues specific to each circuit. For circuits with a large amount of nodes causing extended ICA runtimes, SCE will process these circuits outside of the standard pipeline to allow longer study durations and avoid the time limit failures. For circuits with modeling or profile quality issues, SCE will continue to address and correct these through manual review and will update the model and or profile to ensure accurate ICA results. To avoid these issues in the future, we will continue to partner with engineering software vendors to improve ICA capabilities, especially as circuit complexity increases with all of the reactivated circuits. And we will implement tools as needed, or tool upgrades as needed. As of August 26th, there were 56 circuits affected by this criteria. As of September 30th, one of these circuits has had this criteria cleared. This criteria is anticipated to be cleared for the remaining 55 circuits by the end of Q4 2025 or December 31st of this year. We can go to the next slide. Now that we have walked through the 5 criteria and the remediation or the proposed remediation plan for each, SCE would like to provide an update on the count of fully remediated circuits since our last inactive circuit update. As you can see here, we have been able to fully mitigate all criteria for 325 circuits as of September 30th this year. We are far ahead of the proposed reactivation schedule that was included in Advice 5614E, with 272 primary meter customer circuits reactivated, 44 child substation circuits reactivated, and 18 circuits with both child substation and primary meter customers reactivated. Additionally, 2 circuits in our system were identified as no longer being a part of a loop system, so they were reactivated. And we had 10 circuits become ICA ineligible because they were either decommissioned or otherwise no longer met ICA study requirements. And 1 circuit became inactive, falling under criteria 3 or the loop systems, as it was a newly identified loop. This circuit will be mitigated with the proposed solution to correct criteria 3 that was previously mentioned. As of the time of this presentation, SCE has 689 inactive circuits remaining, which means we have already mitigated 33% of the inactive circuits identified in Q2 this year using our proposed remediation plan, which is proof of an efficient, effective, and aggressive plan. Before we move into stakeholder feedback, I don't know if we wanted to take a pause for questions. Ari, I know that I see that there's no questions in the chat, but want to take a pause.
Probably great idea. I have been monitoring the chat, but let's just pause anyway. Let's just take a minute. There's a lot of material you just went through, Carly. So let's give 30 seconds for people to collect their thoughts, see if they have any questions before we go into the next section.
I'm happy to kick us off with a question, actually. Back on slide 16, I noted that 1 out of 243 loop-fed substations passed. I was just wondering if you could speak to how that 1 passed. Was it a test case for the improvement you're planning or something else? Just how did that 1 get through?
Yeah, so mentioned in the summary slide there, I think that we captured 2 previously looped circuits are no longer falling into that criteria. They're no longer looped. And so one of them had additional criteria. The circuit that went through didn't have any additional criteria, so it was able to be reactivated.
Okay, thank you.
All righty, well, going once, going twice, 3 times. All right, so we'll go ahead and jump into the stakeholder feedback here. In this section, I'll address the stakeholder feedback, particularly focused around our recently submitted advice letter, Advice 5614E. We want to kick it off with, SCE properly conducts root cause analysis. We stand by the accuracy of our published ICA results, as we've conducted both root cause analysis to determine the source of all issues affecting the accuracy of the ICA, as well as instantiated a robust result validation system in which we investigate each zero capacity result to ensure it aligns with the adopted CPUC methodology and the best available data. Our root cause analysis for all issues affecting the ICA began in 2023 with the system-wide refresh, during which we instantiated inactive criteria because we had found the root cause of ICA inaccuracy for several circuits and began seeking solutions to correct these criteria. Additionally, SCE has shared its results validation process in previous reporting. During results validation, each circuit's results are checked both through an automated and manual process to ensure zero capacity results are consistent and accurate per the existing ICA methodology. SCE has always encouraged customers to engage with the company directly for specialized analysis concerning any interconnection or energization requests, as ICA alone is not built to capture all nuances of interconnection or energization requirements. We'll go on to the next slide. SCE's zero capacity results reflect accurate results of CPUC adopted methodology. Per decision 1802-004, the order instituting rulemaking regarding policies, procedures, and rules for the development of distribution resources plans pursuant to Public Utilities Code Section 769, ICA for the planning use case was always intended to be used alongside traditional planning tools and methods in completing annual planning exercises. The zero capacity results, including SSV zeros, reflect modeled violations given the best available ICA inputs and adopted ICA methodology. Whether or not these violations require a grid upgrade or not is not a function of the ICA to determine. ICA must be used alongside traditional planning tools and methods in order to achieve a holistic analysis of grid needs and to evaluate solutions. Additionally, per decision 2109-005, ICA is designed to provide an as-is analysis in which circuits are analyzed to determine how much additional generation and now load can be accommodated without requiring upgrades. ICA has never been aimed to evaluate low or no cost solutions for violations, nor has it been aimed to analyze major system upgrades to create capacity. ICA, as adopted by the CPUC, is conservative by nature. The methodology is being applied as intended, SCE is using the correct data sources, and the ICA studies are being executed as intended. There's no current plan to adjust these results, as the current methodology, although conservative, does account for the variability and complexity in the distribution system, which helps to not overpromise customers capacity where it may not actually be readily available. To address concerns that the ICA is therefore not effective, SCE is developing forecast load ICA capabilities to be able to provide an as-planned analysis, meaning we'll be able to incorporate planned capacity upgrades and provide a more forward-looking ICA. These capabilities are expected to be delivered by September of next year. We can go to the next slide. Per section 3.25.1 of decision 2410-030, it was recommended that the IOUs add new data fields to the existing electric vehicle cost and load report, electric vehicle data collection template. SCE included the requested information as required, and we received feedback that the information provided was out of date, and however, we provided information that was consistent with the request in section 3.25.1 of the decision. The EV cost and load report and ICA biannual reports have vastly different requirements and submission timeframes. To be consistent with the EV cost and load report, per the description in section 3.25.1, SCE provided the data requested for all completed Rule 29 projects reported in the 2025 EV cost and load report. As this report includes only completed projects, they tend to be only from the year prior. So in this case, the completed projects reported in 2025 were from 2024, which resulted in some confusion and concern when it came to application timelines and the provided ICA results. To provide more recent information, SCE will adjust this reporting metric to instead capture all Rule 29 applications. So instead of completed projects, we're going to be reporting information for all applications for the prior period. So in our January 2026 report, this information will be shared. Moving forward, SCE would like to clarify that there's a disparity between ICA results and Rule 29 project final outcomes due to the fact that, again, ICA provides an as-is analysis and Rule 29 final outcomes incorporate traditional planning tools and methods. This disparity does not signal ICA inaccuracy, but is rather indicative of a methodological difference between various types of the analysis that goes into getting these projects connected. To determine a final outcome, SCE, again, has always encouraged customers to engage the company for specialized engineering analysis when considering interconnection or energization projects. This will tie us into our next topic of discussion, which I will hand off to Dave, I believe, to present.
Yes, hi, this is Dave Castle from SCE, and I'll be taking over for the next couple of slides. We're actually going to swap the order just a little bit, and so could we go ahead to the next one? Thanks. So I wanted to talk a little bit about accuracy versus alignment. We talk about accuracy a lot in these discussions, and I think not everyone is using the term to mean exactly the same thing. And so we wanted to take just a minute to talk about what we mean when we say accuracy. And this isn't about semantics. You know, we can change what word we use to mean this, but we just want to highlight the concepts as we are looking at them. And so that's why we're taking a moment here to talk about this. So when we talk about accuracy, we mean correct results per the ICA methodology as adopted by the CPUC back in the day when we first started ICA, meaning the right data inputs are used, the right analysis is executed, and the right results are posted to the portal. So when we say our results are accurate, that's what we mean, that we're executing the methodology according to CPUC direction as we established it. Now, in the past, we have had some issues with data, getting the right data to go into the algorithms. You know, we mentioned the root cause analysis from a couple of years ago. So there were some issues in the past with the data. Those have largely been solved. And so for the published results, those are accurate, meaning they're using the right data, executing the right algorithm, publishing the right results. And as we've been discussing earlier, we're working now focused on the missing circuits, the inactive circuits, and getting those to be published as well. And we've talked a lot about the challenges with that and how we're working to resolve those challenges. So when we say accurate, that's what we're talking about here. When we talk about alignment, what we mean using this term alignment is, does the methodology driving ICA match up with the formal process the formal process being the generation interconnection process of Rule 21, or the load energization process and the studies that go with that. And the short answer is for Gen, it is well aligned. When ICA was first developed almost 10 years ago now, that was the focus. The focus was on hosting capacity for new generation. And so the methodology was intentionally designed to line up very well with the initial study process of the generation interconnection studies. And as we all know, ICA has been formally part of the generation interconnection process for some years now. So we'd say the Gen ICA is well aligned with the formal process as it was designed to be. For load, it's different. And we started having conversations back in 2021 about how load ICA was not delivering the usefulness that we want it to. And we have the long-term refinements that we've been working on for the past several years that are planned to be implemented next year in 2026. And so, yeah, the alignment is poor right now. And what that means is that even if the published results are accurate per the CPUC adopted methodology, it may not always be exactly lining up with what happens during the energization study process. Now, when we implement the refinements next year, it'll get a lot closer. It still won't be exactly aligned. If we want to, as I think many people do, make the load ICA process become formally part of the energization process, analogous to the way Gen ICA is formally part of the generation interconnection process. There will be additional modifications necessary after this round of refinements, but this refinements will get us a lot closer. It'll be closer to alignment. So this was a long explanation here. I hope this was helpful in just helping to clarify what we mean when we say accurate. I recognize that that may not be how others see the word accurate. And so again, if we need to change the definitions and come up with new terms to describe this distinction, we're fine with coming up with better terms. But the key thing is to distinguish between what the methodology provides based on the approved approach for ICA versus what we do in the formal process, whether it's interconnection for Gen or energization for load. So with that, let's go back one slide to the previous one that I'd skipped over. CalPA proposed a new tracking reporting proposal in its response to the advice letter. And this is our response to it. So the first thing I want to note is that the Cal Advocates proposal discusses tracking accuracy, but using the terminology that I've just discussed a minute ago, they're really tracking alignment. Do the ICA results align with what you would get in the actual study process? And just in case you haven't read Cal Advocates proposal, just to give some quick background on that, they're proposing that we would compare ICA results to what actually happened when a customer seeks to interconnect generation or seeks to energize new load and goes through that process, tracking whether the ICA results matched up with what actually happened during the formal process. So for us, this is tracking alignment rather than tracking accuracy. Now, is it worthwhile to have another tracking report focused on tracking alignment? So on the Gen side, we would say no. To our knowledge, there's not been a lot of issues with whether the methodology for Gen ICA sufficiently aligns with the Rule 21 study process. And so our view is right now, there's no issue there. It's well aligned and it works. Now, maybe there's complaints or issues I haven't seen yet. And so if there are issues with that alignment, then yeah, let's talk about that. But the implication would be we need to refine the Gen ICA and change the inputs, assumptions, or methodology for Gen ICA. And so that's where that conversation has been going. And so if stakeholders are seeking, refinements and changes to the Gen ICA methodology, it's of course a much bigger conversation. And so, if that's the issue, let's raise that and talk about it and discuss whether it's appropriate at this point in time to open that box and start that conversation. Now, the load side is different. The load side, there is an issue with alignment. And so what we've said here is that what Cal Advocates has proposed is reasonable in terms of tracking this alignment. but it's premature. And it's premature because we're about to make this massive update to the ICA approach when we deploy the refinements next year. And so we recognize that right now, if we tracked the published ICA results, load ICA results, and compared that to actual results from the formal energization process from customers that apply for new load, yeah, it would show there's a lot of issues with alignment. It's not well aligned. Once we deploy the new refinements, that alignment should get better. So if we were to start tracking this, the recommendation would be, let's wait till we deploy the refinements, see how close we are after the refinements, because we know that right now there are a lot of issues, and doing additional tracking is not going to tell us that there are issues, because we already know that. It's just going to be, extra administrative burden and cost. So that's my piece on accuracy versus alignment and clarifying those two concepts in our response to Cal Advocate's tracking proposal. And so maybe we'll pause here and take questions on the last two slides before we move on to the next part of the presentation.
Yeah, we do have questions in the chat. We have two from Anthony and one from Sky. Anthony, do you want to raise your hand so you can say your questions, or I can read them? There you go. You should have a request to unmute.
Yeah, hello. Thank you, Raymond. And thanks, SC, for the presentation. I did drop a couple questions. I do have some more, but maybe I'll save them for the Q&A. It might be a little bit more general, but on the last maybe two slides, I left two questions. The first one, talking about a mention from SCE that ICA is meant to be used alongside traditional methods. I would like to hear a little bit more on that, because to me that reads a little bit, it's a little bit conflicting, because from my understanding, the ICA should be a reliable tool used for siting to avoid having to utilize traditional methods. Yet it's not really able to be used independently of that. So I would like to ask you, from the perspective of someone wanting to use the ICA, how do you expect them or recommend for them to go about using the ICA if it is meant to use alongside traditional methods? Can you explain that? I hear that as simply that they cannot really rely on the ICA. And another question, a little bit on this in the same vein, when you talk about accuracy and alignment, my understanding is that what you consider ICA accuracy is not necessarily something that can make the ICA beneficial or useful for anyone. It's the alignment, from my perspective. You need the ICA to be, in your definition, aligned, not necessarily accurate, for it to be actually useful. So how do you describe the usefulness of the ICA to a developer that wants to use it if it's simply accurate, but the results of it, as we've seen, still do not align with outcomes of interconnection or energization? Sorry, I don't think we have a lot of data on how effective the ICA is with interconnection, which is partially why I was curious in tracking that, simply because what we've seen for load in terms of alignment has been very, very negative, I think. I understand there's refinements coming up, but that's generally what we've seen. So to summarize all of that, how do you expect someone to go about using the ICA when, first of all, you're saying they need to also rely on traditional methods, and also you're saying that the ICA, while accurate, will still not align with results? If you can talk a little bit about that, how it would be useful to someone to utilize the ICA in this situation.
Yeah, so those are good questions. So let me try to address them. So on the gen side, our understanding is that it is well aligned. And so if stakeholders have issues with the gen ICA not aligning, that's a separate topic. On the load side, right, so its usefulness right now is challenged by the fact that it is not well aligned. And so I think there's a few things with respect to that. So one is we have the refinements coming, that'll make it better. And so I get that it doesn't help very much to say, wait for it. It's not what anyone wants to hear. But this has been a long process to solve this issue that we identified and discussed at length in the preceding 3 years ago, or it's now almost 4 years ago, leading to these refinements. and the IT solution has taken a long time to implement, but we are planning to implement it next year, and that will create better alignment. In the meantime, we also did create an additional layer on the portal that uses a different approach, not ICA, but it shows capacity, the substation and circuit level, that does have a forward look to it. And so that's another source of information that may help provide more aligned results. It's not as granular as ICA, but it does have a forward look based on forecasted load growth, consistent with what we put forward in the GNA. And I just want to say that, we get that it's frustrating that these tools take a long time to develop and that these refinements aren't already implemented. I wish they were already implemented, but these complex data systems integrations just take a long time. So that's why we keep saying, go through start the formal process, talk to our team that handles customer energization requests to gain more information. They may have additional detail about that location that does not show up in ICA. And want to remind everyone that there is also the option to pay for a formal engineering study assessment prior to going through the application process. There is a small fee for that, but that will result in our engineers going through a normal load study process for a location and give a solid result of what the situation is at that location and how much capacity is available there. So many customers choose to go that route when they are finalizing a site, and that can be done before they spend the time to go through the formal application process, or even before they sign the lease on the land or sign the purchase agreement on the land if they want to. So that is another option. So to summarize all this, we get that this is an imperfect situation. We get that, that's not what customers would prefer right now, but we are working towards more aligned ICA solution, starting with the refinements that'll go in next year, and potentially be more refinements after that. It took a long time to get Gen ICA formally integrated into the Rule 21 interconnection process, discussing how to align the tools with the study process. And on the load side, the conversation just started a lot later. And, the fact that it's been a longer time to get there doesn't mean that we don't want to get there. It takes longer. And so as we work through this, we're trying to be clear about what the plans are and what customers' options are to get the information that they need to find the sites and energize their load.
Yeah, thanks for that response, David. I think to me it makes sense in the sense that at this point, not a lot of people probably expect the load ICA to, at least for SCE, to be useful. It's not necessarily aligned for anyone. And I think at least some of what we've seen in the EV the reports that you provide for load ICA is that it's almost more misaligned than aligned in most situations at this point. And it sounds to me like SCE puts a lot of the eggs in the basket of the forecasting functionalities that are still being developed, and that these will make it a lot more aligned. I'm curious if SCE has ever actually went through these large number of misalignments that you reported on in that report, and if you were able to trace back all of these root causes of about 70% misalignment, were they all traced back to the lack of forecasting ability? Is that something SCE has studied for it to make that claim that including the forecasting functionality will drastically improve the alignment to the point where the ICA can be used? How does SCE make that claim? I'm curious what process you went through to identify that as the root cause?
So I don't know if we have specifically analyzed what is driving the delta between the published ICA results and what happens in the actual energization process. We emphasize the lack of forecasting the load because that is a huge known issue and one that we're actively working to solve through the refinements. I think if there are other issues that are causing alignment that, let me back up. So, there's a question about in the chat about tracking, and I just want to note that once we're not opposed to tracking alignment once the new refinements on the load side are implemented, and we do think there could be value there. So we don't have that now. I think once we have the refinements in and we start tracking, we may identify other areas of concern that could potentially lead to, other changes that happen. There's discussion of the number of faults related to steady state voltage violations. And I don't know if we've specifically analyzed the numbers for that, but that's another issue where the ICA could be overly conservative with respect to what's actually on the grid. And so do we want to take a look at that and do something different in the future? That's certainly a conversation we could have. We want to make sure that the ICA ultimately provides the best opportunity that we can to predict what the study results will bring. And, this is an ongoing process.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do think, we've it's not the first time we've talked about the steady state voltage issue, at least. And it sounds to me that, I believe even back in the staff proposal, it's been mentioned that voltage violations also drive, for example, a large number of the zeros we see, for example. And we've talked about some of the steady voltage impacts on conservativeness in this workshop. And it's also, obviously also admitted by SCE often, even today. And it's something that we didn't really see as something SCE currently intends to remediate or investigate in the advice letter that we saw. I think another part to this is, for example, even looking at that report, you see, voltage drives a number of the zeros, but there's a number of instances where there has been false zeros shown in that report that were driven by thermal violations, which is something new, something we haven't talked about or heard of, and something that isn't really explained or assigned to any root cause. So how come thermal violations drove locations to say there's zero capacity when there isn't? And that's also another just question mark where, so why is that the case? And does the CE know why that is the case? And is he trying to find out how it can fix that? And that's just another part of like why, earlier on in this presentation, the previous presenter mentioned zero capacity has never been a reason for an accurate ICA. It shouldn't be considered a reason for the ICA for us to say that ICA is inaccurate. But it sounds like, there's a lot of zero capacity sites that don't match the results, often assigned to voltage violations, often to thermal, and there has never been any clear explanation as to why do we have to just accept that that is the case? Why do we have to accept that this is how the ICA needs to be? Because in reality, whether you want to consider that accurate or not, it's misaligned. And misalignment, to me, seems like the more important, if you want to consider it, a metric, the most important metric out of these two, because really alignment is what you want for anyone to realize the ICA. But these are some of my notes, and I would like to get an explanation at some point, if possible, about these zero capacity sites driven by non-voltage reasons and whether ICA has thought about that. But it's clear that there is a lot of gaps that have not really been addressed yet. and that we're just waiting for the forecasting to come in to then see if it's still misaligned and then see if there's anything to do. When a lot of these issues don't necessarily need to wait until then because they're not necessarily correlated to that yet, at least not confidently by SCE. Thank you.
Hi there, Anthony. I'm just going to step in for Dave here because I know they're having a fire drill at their location, and they'll be heading over to an alternate location to be able to continue the call. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, the call can hear me. Sorry, I'm getting some feedback that maybe I'm going in and out. But I think that just for starters, I want to say that I think that we're actually on the same page with the entire alignment argument, that we agree that this disparity in alignment has been obviously affecting the efficacy of the ICA, and so that's why we've made improvements and that we're making taking actionable steps forward to be able to better align with the formal load energization study to be able to close that gap in alignment, right? Or to get a little bit more in step with the formal load energization study. As we also shared, and I think our tier 1 advice letter this year, we mentioned how we were taking steps, or the steps that we needed to take to be able to incorporate ICA into that energization study process and align with that process. So we are implementing the load ICA refinements to be able to achieve that. And like I said, I believe that that's a point that we agree upon. With regard to the false zeros, we did change our thermal methodology in June of 2023. I think that the EV tracking began around 2022. So that was corrected. And now moving forward, I'm not sure which false zeros you're referencing, but I think that moving forward, we have incorporated a lot of different mitigation strategies and refinements to our load ICA to be able to better serve customers and provide a more accurate analysis. And again, just as mentioned, I think that previously in this presentation, we stated that ICA is conservative by design, and that's not necessarily something that we see or that we would like to propose to change, as we would rather err on the side of caution or be a little bit more conservative in our analysis than to overpromise capacity where it may not be available, so that customers go start citing projects and then there turns out to not be any capacity, right? If they rather reference the ICA results and then move forward with, as Dave mentioned, a detailed engineering analysis, that would save them a lot of money in the process and be able to get them a holistic analysis. So again, just when it's not zero specific to just voltage, but also thermal or any other violation, ICA is conservative by nature, by design, and it's not intended to propose or scope or locate any solutions in that front. So does that answer some of your, or address some of your concerns?
Yeah, thank you, Carly. I mean, I'd be looking forward to seeing more of these reports, or maybe a new reporting that shows some of the how this alignment is going to improve with time. I think that's something that I've made it a point I've made in my protest, at least. But thank you for adding that context. I understand, you know, we don't want to overpromise anyone that they can cite somewhere and then be disappointed later with the ICA. But I think maybe a better balance and alignment is needed at this point, because it is, I don't want to be, I mean, I don't know if I can say objectively, but from what I view here right now, it's just conservative to the point of so many misalignments that it's not, I think it does the opposite impact that drives people away from considering it or utilizing it, which is opposite of what we want when we're spent so much time developing a tool, so much resources on it, and for it to not be really utilized, and then for everyone to just be directed to traditional methods or paying a fee to get an early review. So I think we need to both work towards an improved balance where it doesn't overpromise, but it also is as aligned with what grid conditions actually are and what you do in your studies. What I don't know what that would take, whether it has all to do with inaccuracy in the model or anything in the scope, but I think that's kind of what we should strive for in this workshop, to just get this alignment, this as aligned as possible. But thanks for some of the context and background from your side. And just one thing I didn't really get an answer on is why didn't SCE really include this steady state voltage issue as something to be remediated in its AL, when it's something that it sounds to me like has been acknowledged as some driver of why the ICA is conservative or misaligned. So that's something I'm curious about.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we've ever noted that as a driver as to why ICA is misaligned, or it's a cause of inaccuracy. I think if we can go up to I'm not sure which slide it was. Can we go back a few slides here? I think it's with the zero capacity results. Yeah, so here, if we could go to the next slide. We didn't mention I'm sorry, one more slide up to 23. Or 22. 22 is correct. I'm sorry for all the back and forth. So here we did mention that zero capacity results, including voltage, that would capture that steady state voltage concern. They reflect the modeled violations given our best ICA inputs and the study parameters and methodology that has been adopted by the CPUC. So it's not necessarily a marker or a measure of accuracy or inaccuracy. It's consistent with the best available inputs and with the adopted methodology. Now, those violations may or may not require a grid upgrade to resolve, but again, that's not the design of ICA to be able to assess. And so as of right now, we stand by that the zero capacity results that have been published are valid.
Has SCE ever thought about, or I mean, you guys might have more of the technical understanding of the ICA, but one thing I've been curious about is it something that can be modeled in order to improve the alignment, rather than having, I mean, currently 35% zeros, probably potentially more if we include the inactive circuits. And if that's largely driven to something that can only be switched very easily and quickly after the fact, is that something that can be done to improve alignment? Because blocking out that much hosting capacity as zero, in my view, is an accuracy problem or an alignment problem. So I'm just curious if that's something that can be considered, if you thought about whether it can be done.
If the voltage methodology could be switched, or if there could be something technical out in the field operationally switched. I'm not sure what you're referencing.
If there can be something done to reflect situations where currently is shown zero, but it results in actually being able to energize without any upgrades. If driven by steady state voltage as mentioned, but possibly it might be driven by other issues.
You're right. I think that within the scope of ICA, that is not the use case of ICA. Again, we're meant to provide that as is analysis, and when we start getting into that territory, that's providing a different mitigation analysis at that point, which ICA is not designed or purposed to perform. But I think if I would leave that to the discretion of the PUC to amend the uses of ICA, but that's currently not within our scope. So we look at the zeros to see if they are consistent with if the data is consistent that is being input into the study, and if the methodology and study is performing as expected. And if that's the case, then we do sometimes, if there's like a modeling error or something like that, then we will correct that. We'll capture it, we'll correct it, and we'll send it for restudy. But that if the zeros are valid, then we are not going to change them. That is what's consistent with our best available inputs and the methodology. So if we're going to get into some sort of mitigation analysis, that again is outside of the purpose or the use of ICA.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm gonna just make time for anyone else to ask questions at this point, but I appreciate all the answers we've got. How we consider zeros valid or not valid, or something that needs to be addressed or not, I guess it's still a topic of debate from my side. But I do appreciate the response and part of the clarification from your point of view as to whether zeros need or don't need to be addressed. I still see them as a misalignment issue from my side, but excited. I mean, looking forward to having more discussion on that, but thank you for answering all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you for all your questions, Anthony. That was a great conversation. We do have another raised hand from Sky, who also asked, I believe, a very important question in the chat. Sky, you should have a request to unmute.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to start with a statement and then I have a few questions. My statement is to the commission that I find it difficult to participate in this workshop setting where the utilities are provided hours of forum to tell the stakeholders what the intent of the commission is, what the purpose of the ICA is, so on and so forth, as though they are not regulated monopolies, but are the regulators themselves. It's sort of like being told that history is different and that they're the ones who decide what that history is. We've done this 3 times now, and it's the same structure where the utilities just get to talk and tell everybody how it is, whether that aligns with the commission's actual decisions or otherwise. And so that's my way of saying I'm not going to respond to all the statements that Edison made that don't align with the history that I've experienced or the language from the commission, but that Edison's statement shouldn't be taken as what the commission has done or said on its own, and parties haven't had a chance to respond to those here. Okay, so starting with the question I put in the chat, and I don't know if Dave's back or if Carly wants to answer this. Dave stated that he believes that there are no issues with the generation ICA because nobody has flagged them for him. I want to understand a little bit how he thinks that, how he can confidently say there are no issues with the load or with the generation ICA. My experience with the ICA so far is that almost every issue has been identified by IREC by accident when using the maps, and that Edison has rarely identified issues on its own. So if Edison is confident, can you explain exactly how you know that the generation ICA is accurate? And or aligned? Thanks for the semantics lesson. You can use whatever term you want.
Hi there, Sarah. I think that I can just open up and then we may have some support from our regulator folks come in. But with concern to the alignment, I think that internally, because of the access that we have to be able to know the processes that go into both the generation interconnection and how Gen ICA is performed, we know that the methodology, we're familiar with methodology, we're well acquainted, and we're able to see the alignment between the two based off of if it's rather study inputs, study methodology, the way that things are applied and captured, then we're able to gauge that. Likewise, load ICA, it's when it comes to
I didn't ask about the load ICA. I'm just talking about the generation ICA right now. Let's stay focused. Going back to that, you said that Edison knows because you have secret information inside. Are you able to provide some metrics so that we don't just have to trust Edison?
Yeah, I think that there's rulings outside of this one that actually cover our generation interconnection processes, and parties are always welcome to refer to those rulings and proceedings that we disclose all that information. So it's not just internal, it's
Can you
shared
be
publicly
more
that
specific?
stakeholders can reference.
Which rulings outside of this speak to whether the generation ICA is accurate?
I can't provide that for you right now because I'm not on the regulatory policy end of things or the legal side of things. But I'm sure that we'd be able to follow up with you to be able to get you the references that you can go to see the information that we've disclosed on our generation interconnection processes.
To be clear, you're saying that there's some other process that has not in this docket that has required or been where Edison has shown that its generation ICA is accurate?
No, generation interconnection is separate from generation ICA.
Right. So my question is, you guys have stated multiple times that you do not believe there is any accuracy issues or alignment issues with the generation ICA. I'm asking you how the commission or stakeholders would know that is true.
Yeah, we have a hand up from one of my colleagues here. Could we
Is that Michael?
allow him? Yes.
I can send Michael a request to unmute, and hopefully he can address this.
Hi, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, thanks for the question, Sky. So I think, with regard to the generation ICA being aligned, I think the main point we're trying to make is that the inputs and assumptions that we use in generation ICA are closely aligned, not perfectly aligned, because there are still some elements that are, comprehensively excluded from ICA across the board. But the inputs and assumptions for generation ICA in a current deployment are closely aligned with what we use in the generation study process.
But you have not actually conducted or do not have any way to demonstrate if the results that you're publishing are actually aligned with the results of the interconnection study or screening process. Is that a correct statement? Because I think that's what you have said multiple times and now you're not saying. So I just want to get clear. If somebody wanted to ensure that the generation ICA was actually aligned, how would they do that?
So I'll offer my thoughts. I think it's a challenging question that you pose, and the logical answer that comes to mind for me is to compare the results of the generation study process with what the generation ICA results would show. However, we know that the generation ICA does not include all of the analyses and evaluations that are done as part of the generation interconnection process. So I would go into that comparison with an expectation that it wouldn't perfectly align. Because, like I said, there are things considered in the interconnection study process that are excluded from generation ICA.
So is Edison's
However,
position that it would prefer we be in the dark or that we use data that may not be perfect to determine whether or not the load ICA is accurate, or the generation, ICA is accurate? Because I think you said you don't support tracking.
So generation ICA is a little different because it's actually part of the process now, and it's a screen. And so,
yes, I'm aware of that, David. I think you know that. What I'm asking is the fact that you use it.
so
as
let me
a
finish
screen.
what I was going to say. Thanks.
Yeah.
So it is a screen. I think if the screen were passed and then subsequently down the process, it was determined that the screen should not have been passed, i.e. the generation ICA was too loose, let something through that it shouldn't have, that had to get caught later and changes were made later, that would be an indication the screen is not functioning properly. If the screen was not passed and it went through the more detailed study process and it was found there were no upgrades needed, that doesn't necessarily mean that it wasn't aligned. It just means that sometimes the screen is conservative and it catches things that are not actually issues. I think so. If we were to develop a tracking of alignment. The reason I say that is we just have to be clear on what the expectations are. And, you know, if their stakeholders are saying, look, hey, I had this problem where it passed the ICA screen, but then I still had to do a lot of work I didn't think I'd have to do, that would be an indication that there's a problem. And to my knowledge, that's not what stakeholders are saying. If stakeholders are saying, yeah, there is a problem, these screens are not working, the ICA screen is not functioning as it's supposed to on the generation side. Like, is that what people are saying? If so, then yeah, we should talk about how we may want to open the box and redo the generation ICA methodology to better support the generation interconnection process.
So so just still getting back to what my question is, and this glad you're back, Dave. Hope the building didn't burn down.
Still here.
You don't have Edison does not know whether the generation ICA is accurate. What you're using is if customers go through the process and get a result that's different, and then say to Edison, there seems to be a process. That's the metric you're using to determine whether it's accurate or not. Is that correct?
I guess my point is it's built into the process, and in the Rule 21 proceeding, there has been lots and lots of interaction with many stakeholders about that process.
Yeah,
and
but
it
we were
is
told
news
that we
to
weren't
me
allowed to
that
talk
it is
about-
news to me that there's a problem with the generation ICA screen not being aligned with it. I guess if
I didn't
stakeholders
say
believe this
that.
is the case, then let's talk about it. If we just want to
Okay.
track it for the point of tracking it, and we don't actually think there's an issue, then we can decide whether that it's worthwhile to have that additional layer of administration on top of all this.
Dave, I'd like to speak. I think this conversation is getting a little cyclical, but I think Sky is making a very valid point that it's hard to identify potential issues with the generation ICA when the tracking does not yet exist. The tracking, my understanding is it would help either validate the usability and alignment of the generation ICA or identify issues. I'm not sure it's very useful to use qualitative assessment that there have not been enough complaints around generation ICA not working. And Sky, I hope this is what you're trying to get at, but the tracking metric is to verify the usability or identify the issues in the usability. And it creates a baseline from which we can actually make assessments to whether additional changes need to be made to the ICA process.
Yeah, that makes sense. I hear what you're saying there. I think that is certainly like a valid point. So let me just ask the question, for the folks in the call, are there any stakeholders in the call that have had issues with generation ICA? And can you just mention them so we can take them back and make sure that as we contemplate what might need to get tracked with Gen ICA, we can think about what the pain points are.
I think maybe you just missed the point of what we were saying, but feel free, I'll let other stakeholders speak up to your question.
I'm going to jump in here. I've had my hand up for, I don't know, 45 minutes, I think. But so what I just heard from Dave, thank you for that response, is you're open to considering the usefulness of the tracking mechanism. And in addition to that, you would like to hear, specific examples of discrepancies that stakeholders have experienced. So I don't think he missed the point. I think he heard it. But he's also asking, for additional examples. But what I just wanted to go back to is I want to unpack a little bit, the term accuracy and alignment and just try to understand, the why behind it. So I think maybe this is for Dave and the team from Edison, but I'd, certainly welcome others to opine as well. So when we talk about why Gen ICA, according to you, is aligned with interconnection. Is it because it incorporates a forward look and it isn't just a backwards out of date look at that time, but it's actually a forward look and therefore is relatively aligned. And I don't think we can ever be perfectly aligned, but relatively aligned with what would likely occur in interconnection. And then in contrast, is the reason why you're saying that load ICA is quote accurate but not aligned is because it's backwards looking and out of date, meaning the actual energization process doesn't just look backwards, it looks forwards in terms of what's in the queue, what's planned to be built, and how the operators can accommodate the load, which is hard to reflect in a static number. So that's really the crux of my question, is just unpacking a little bit to understand why. Is it because of it's forward looking versus backward looking?
Hi, this is Michael. I think, can I jump in and respond? Can you all hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, thanks for the question, Gabe. So yeah, I think the shortest answer to your question is yes. The alignment, a big piece of the alignment is whether it is forward-looking or rear-looking. So, alignment is with respect to the agreed-upon use case. So for generation interconnection, the use case is customers seeking to site interconnection of generation. And the selection of the appropriate inputs and assumptions for that use case must align with the selection of inputs and assumptions that are used in the generation interconnection process, which in that case is rear looking. It looks at the past 12 months of loading data, establishes the 576, identifies a minimum, maximum, and then simulates various conditions to understand the impact of the generation interconnection. That is what generation ICA does today. For load energization, that's not what happens. We look to the future. We look to the forecast, plan system upgrades, plan transfers, and then we simulate the system in its planned configuration under the forecasted load and DER, and then determine if the system can accommodate that energization project. Load ICA today does not do that. However, the refinements ordered by the ALJ ruling in 2021 push us to that direction. We actually recommended many of those refinements ourselves. So once we complete this load ICA refinement by Q3 2026, it will be in much closer alignment with how we actually evaluate customer energization requests.
You're on mute, Gabe.
I'd certainly welcome other reactions to that, but just building on that, back to the question of whether a tracking tool will be helpful. I understood what Edison is saying is because you are updating the load ICA to be better at forecasting the future state, that tracking isn't useful. But I think the question is, would it be useful to start tracking so that as you are incorporating these improvements, we can actually observe and measure if there's any noticeable improvement and continue to identify what the issues are. So it does seem like tracking would be helpful even as you are making these improvements, which sound like they would be, very beneficial. And then for generation ICA, it does seem like tracking would be useful because it does provide some indication of the alignment, and that seems like it addresses usability from a user standpoint. So I yield the floor back. Let others chime in if they want to react to your explanation of the forward-looking, backward-looking, and also this question of tracking.
Raymond, I still have the mic for the rest of the questions, but I'm pausing in case you want to go to somebody else first. Or
The next hand up is your coworker, Brian. Would you like to yield time to him? Or do you want to continue your question?
I think, yeah, I guess go to Brian and then we'll go back. Then I'll go back after him.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Sky. Brian, you should have a request for unmute.
Yeah, sorry, my question actually goes back to the line of questioning that Anthony was on, so I don't know if you want to go back and forth or stay on the alignment issue a little bit more.
Brian, I think we'll just ask your question. That's what
Yeah.
we're talking about.
Okay, well, yeah, I kind of had a somewhat newer question based off of something Carly said, but wanted to first go back to, I think she responded to one of Anthony's questions about not having considered steady state voltage zeros as an issue previously, but I thought at least one issue had been identified that was causing more steady state zeros than there needed to be in the, perhaps meaning that the data was not previously accurate because of some translation of capacitor settings. And so I think we went over this probably in the last two workshops, so I don't want to beat that to death, but just wanted to mention that I think, there have been some, I guess what I would call accuracy issues with the steady state zeros in the past, based on the inputs to the model that SCE said they corrected, and I don't think, and maybe SCE can confirm this, but I don't think it's tracked exactly, how those fixes have rolled out. We basically assume that much of those or many of those fixes to those kind of erroneous zeros, if we can call them that, that has happened by now, but we don't know if they've all gone away as of yet, because we don't know if all of those affected feeders would have been rerun at this point. So I just wanted to mention that, and I think we mentioned that in the comments, maybe. Actually, maybe we didn't. But going further, I think Carly said that you do look at zeros to ensure that the data going into the inputs is actually, makes sense in terms of when you see those zeros. So I just wanted to confirm that is this a process that you have for, or maybe you can give a little more detail on how you run that process when you encounter a zero. Just wanted to see, when we submitted our comments, we had some data where we looked at 20 nodes and saw a couple instances where there was, plenty of capacity in 1 hour, and then it dropped to zero in the next hour, and then went back up to, a decent amount of capacity in the following hour. And so it seemed like that would have been, if that, it was truly reflective of the data, then the data would have been, must have shown that, for instance, voltage, would have dropped below the threshold for at least part of that hour. But it seemed like, just an odd time of the year, say, for that to happen. So are there any parameters you use in terms of, when you investigate zeros like that? And can you kind of describe exactly how you verify that the input data is actually correct in that regard?
Hi there, Brian. So to the first part of your question regarding the capacitor fix, or the previous capacitor conversation that we have had, that fix was implemented in October 2023. So all circuits that have been published have been that fix has been applied. The only circuits that haven't had that fix applied are the inactive circuits because they haven't been processed, right? So to answer your question, focused on the capacitor settings and the changes that we were making, or the adjustments that we found that we could make to improve the result quality. That's when that fix was implemented system-wide. Other than that, I think that the other question is centered around our results validation process, which, so when we get zero capacity results, we have a list of each zero capacity result, or, you know, we get the results out of the ICA study, and we reference each zero capacity hour. We rerun the simulation to see if the violations are consistent and if they make sense for the applied inputs. If there is opportunity to rectify any of those zeros, then we will make those changes as needed. Say that there was during the quality control process, which both our quality control and our results validation processes have been shared and explained in several times through the last several years and various reportings and across various platforms. So I won't try to get into too much detail of it, but we do look at each zero, rerun the simulation. If there's opportunity to rectify any of those zeros, or if there's anything that maybe could have been a fluke during simulation, then we'll correct it, and we will rerun the ICA study, and then we'll publish the remedy results. So we are going by each 0 hour. We are seeing that the data that was entered is consistent with and accurate per our sources, and we see that if the ICA methodology was applied correctly. When it's applied correctly, we validate those results. So we, as mentioned before, as even mentioned in this slide right here, when it comes to mitigation analysis, we don't perform that. We make sure that the results are valid based on the inputs that we've applied and the adopted methodology.
Okay, thanks for that explanation. And so I guess, yeah, I'll try to review the old reports on that to see if there's any more information on how you process the data. But thank you for that. And so, you know, I guess we could assume then that, you know, when we see a zero, you know, a single zero in a whole data set, then that has already been reviewed and you've confirmed that the data is reasonable data to yeah, to flow through to the final results. I appreciate that. And that's all I had, Raymond. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Brian. It looks like we have Eric with a question. Eric, I believe your question. I'll let you speak your question, actually. You should have a request to unmute.
Yeah, thanks. Just going back for a minute to Sky's point about validating the accuracy or alignment for the generation ICA in particular, and also following Gabe's response to that and what David was explaining. I wonder if we could just get if we could have Edison investigate just what it would take to do simple tracking for this, like what is the level of effort, what is the what really would need to be added in terms of their system to track essentially, to draw a medical analogy, what they've explained, what they basically both said was just that we're looking at false positives and false negatives, right? So if a screen fails but it turns out later it should have passed, or if a screen passes and it turns out later it should have failed, then we just want to know that. We want to see how prevalent that is, those occurrences are, either false negatives or false positives, maybe as a proxy for how accurate or aligned the ICA methodology is in general. Seems like that might not be such a big deal, but we do, I think, as the discussion before indicated, want to assess whether the effort is really worthwhile to do that type of tracking. But I think we should start with what level of effort would be required, at least just to report on those numbers of false positives and false negatives. So anyway, that was just my thought on that. Thanks.
Hey, this is Dave. Yes, we will be looking into what the level of effort would be to implement that kind of tracking and what the options might be to try to do that most efficiently as possible. And I'll say I do think the false positive, false negative analogy at least resonates with me also. And I just want to note that in the chat there is a question about, or not a question, there's a comment that overly conservative would still be misaligned. And I just want to note that there's obviously a trade-off between false positives and false negatives. You know, if you are using it in the production process, in the formal process, and you will be, you know, making decisions not to do the full analysis based on the results, then it needs to be pretty conservative, because having false negatives, meaning great issues that you're not catching, that'd be a big problem. If it's not part of the formal process, but it's just more an indicator, I could see maybe you'd want it to be more neutral and have sort of a balance of false negatives and false positives, or maybe not. My point is that this is a conversation, like this is a question, like it's a judgment call about how conservative you want to make it, and depending on how the tool is used and whether or not the tool will be directly used in the formal process to determine what additional studies are required is going to impact how conservative you want the tool to be.
Can I go back to my questions now, Raymond?
I think we do have one more comment from my end. If you could unmute Michael, Raymond.
All right, Michael, you should be unmuted.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit to build on Dave's response there and address Eric's question. So, of course, we need to look into this more and have a more definitive evaluation of what it would take. My initial reaction to that would be that, you know, we would have to actually perform a detailed evaluation of every generation interconnection study process, as well as evaluate the fast track screens that leverage ICA results, to be able to conclude whether or not the ICA was an accurate indicator of the detailed study outcome. So that, to me, on its face, is a very labor-intensive process. There may be other ways, more intelligent ways to look at this, but just wanted to share that initial reaction.
Thank you for adding that. Yes, we can go to your question, Sky, and I want to flag that in the next 5 minutes, though, I would like to continue moving on with the slides, and we can resume Q&A at the end with every time allowed. And as always, you can post questions in the chat, and I would hope that someone at SCE can respond to Anthony's question in the chat. Sky,
Okay.
go ahead.
So I appreciate that we've made this progress on the semantics, and that Edison is saying that the ICA is not, the load ICA is not aligned. And I understand from the advice letter and the reply that Edison believes that its ICA is perfect with respect to accuracy, and is agreeing or acknowledging that that doesn't mean it is aligned with what would actually be useful for a customer. And I understand that that will improve as the long-term or the load ICA refinements are completed, except for with respect to the steady state voltage issue, which we've not had any explanation to demonstrate that that would improve through the long-term refinements. My question with that setup, just to explain where I understand we are, is IREX is not confident that we agree that it is, quote, accurate per Edison's definition, but take for a moment that we do agree that it is accurate, but is still not aligned. We've been talking about this issue of either alignment or accuracy of the load ICA since 2019. In your comments multiple times, Edison said, we just got around to it or something. I think 6 years or so of record development on this issue is not nothing. So my question for you is, if you are confident that your results are accurate, but you agree that they are not aligned, Is Edison's position that this is the best it can do with respect to providing potential load customers results that would tell them whether or not an upgrade would be required? And if the answer is yes, well, let's see, that's just the question. Is this the best you can do?
If you're asking, is the current tool the best we can do? The answer is no. We're rolling out refinements that we've been working on for the past 3 years. If the question is, are those refinements the best we can do? The answer is, let's roll out those refinements, see how it works, and explore whether further refinements are needed. If the question is this the best the current tool can do? The answer is, we're working to resolve the missing data, as we've talked about, but we are not currently updating the current tool. We are working on the future implementation, the refinements that's coming out next year.
Okay. So we've been talking about this since 2019, and this particular steady state voltage item as an example for at least the last 6 or so months. And Edison's response is just wait and see. We'll wait until you do the long load refinements, and then we'll see whether that's the best you can do.
So when your question is about best you can do, you're specifically talking about the steady state voltage.
No,
as opposed
I
to
am using that as an example, but I'm not specifically talking about that. Let me just ask my second question so that you can, if that helps you better answer. So you've said that the ICA is accurate, but not aligned. And you've said that by accurate, you mean that you're doing it exactly as the commission required. I want to know if Edison, when I'm asking if this is, quote, the best you can do, if the commission said, we want you to propose something better, something that would provide more meaningful results to people. Is Edison prepared to answer that question? Can it tell us what it would do to make the results aligned as well as accurate? If the commission sort of unleashed you and said, we're happy to hear suggestions on how to improve the model, are you guys prepared to identify what those changes would be? Or do you think this is the best that can be done?
So I think we should wait until we implement the refinements and see where we're at, and then talk about further augmentation. We've been in a long process to implement a number of refinements that were concluded through the initial discussions that took place from 2019 to 2021. And we may need to do more, and we can do more.
Is it going to take another 5 years to do more?
With respect to the voltage issue, one of the issues is that the ICA tool cannot determine whether a given need can be met with a settings change or whether it needs a grid upgrade. So that is a refinement that would be a pretty significant change to the ICA tool. I think.
And do I understand that just Edison knows that's the case and now today, which is helpful. It's taken us a long time to get there, but you have not explored yet how to do. And you're saying you won't explore how to do that until you complete the long-term refinements, which were ordered in 2021, at the end of Q3 of 2026. So we agree that there's an issue with what the ICA methodology does for voltage. That won't be fixed by the long-term refinements, but you haven't explored and are not planning to explore it until at least Q3 of 2026.
There's a difference between running power flow simulations and analyzing what the solutions are.
Mm-hmm.
And so ICA as conceived was never designed to develop solutions and to estimate solutions.
Is that an
We're
answer?
talking about basically moving from ICA into automating further parts of the planning process. And we're exploring everything we can do to make planning more efficient, but that's different than how ICA was originally conceived.
We
So-
disagree about how ICA was originally conceived. I'm putting that aside and just asking you a real simple question, which is, can you do better? Can you, if the commission said, yes, please do better, propose something better, I just think it would be helpful if people understand if that's an option. Is that an option or not?
So is it theoretically possible that ICA, for example, could estimate the costs of the grid upgrade that would
No,
be
I'm not
required?
asking for the cost. I'm saying, I want to know, I want to log in and look at my house and say, can I put an EV charger here without triggering the need for a distribution upgrade? I'm not asking you to estimate the cost of the upgrade. I'm asking you to tell me, is that upgrade required? That is the goal, my view, and what the goal of the ICA has been since day one. And we've gone back to it multiple times. I just want to understand if you think that's not possible or you're willing to try to do it. That's what we've been trying to do since 2019, I thought, but we're finally getting close to like a better understanding of what the issue is. And that's going to be my last question. I don't think we're getting anywhere on this. I just think that what I think it was helpful, and just to be clear, I really think it has been helpful, this back and forth we've had over the last 2 or 3 months, where we finally gotten to like a better understanding of, no, your results are not useful. We finally agree on that. And we finally have some agreement on that it won't ever be useful as currently proposed by, or as according to you guys, according to what the commission required for the ICA. And so I just want the commission to be able to understand, is that where we should stop, or can we do better?
I mean, the short answer is we can always do better, and we can have a discussion about that.
But you're not committing
And-
to doing better today.
Well,
If I can, hey Dave, can I jump in? This is Ari. Thanks as always, Sky. I know you're pushing for us to do better. But one thing I do want to mention, you're inviting the commission to consider this. I think what we're trying to explain is that we are doing the best we can based on the expectations that were set up along the way by various commission decisions and rulings. We have set up our remediation plan based on what we understood the request to be. We have a long-term plan, which was stated back in 2022, February 2022, in response to the 2021 ruling. That plan has not changed. It's going to be implemented at the end of 2026, and we'll be able to do better at that point. And that's what we've said. I think part of the issue is that this is not a quick fix. And I understand your frustration, and we've heard the frustration from other stakeholders who are trying to cite their projects and are dubious about ICA results. We've heard that. But it's not I believe we'll have much of the fix in 2026. It probably will not be the full fix. And I know you and other stakeholders will come to us in 2027 and say, can you do better than this? And it will be a collaborative process between the IUs, the commission, and stakeholders to then find the next set of refinements, remediation, et cetera, whatever you want to call it. But I want to just highlight that SC does believe it's made significant progress, even in the past 30 days since we submitted that letter. And it's not all the progress you and other stakeholders want to see, but we are working very hard towards the goals that we've set under the expectations of the 2024 decision and also the 2021 ruling. But I absolutely agree. There's always more we could do, and it may take another ruling, another decision, something else in collaboration with the commission and stakeholders. But I don't want to, I feel like you might be jumping the gun a little bit saying, can't you do better? Well, of course we can do better, but we're doing quite well right now. So I'd like to take a little credit for that. Thank you.
You can take as much credit as you want, Ari. we've been talking about this issue since 2019. I don't think I'm jumping the gun by asking that that load ICA be reasonably accurate and useful for customers. I'm glad we got to the point where we understand now that you haven't researched it, you're not willing to fix it until you're done with the ICA refinements, which you could have proposed in 2019, 2020, 2021, something that would actually make alignment and accuracy accurate. You haven't done that. All you're doing is what you know will get us somewhere, but not all the way. And so I wanted to understand what the timeline was to get us further. That's my only question now. Thank you.
So the purpose of the remediation plans are to solve known issues. And it seems like there's a bucket for issues based on the current methodology, and then there's issues that are being already addressed in a longer term fix. And I do think that both are important. And that's our perspective, that yes, there are some long-term fixes being done, but that does not mean that we should not try to improve the tool based on its current design. So that's really kind of my takeaway from this. That's what we were expecting in the remediation plans. That's what we'd like to see in the remediation plans. And so, I just want to bring us back to like specific concrete items that you want to see in the remediation plans, so that that could get ICA back on track and not just waiting for 2026. So if there are any final thoughts about what you'd like to see in the remediation plans, we'd love to hear that. We definitely heard some in the protests, and that's what we'll be working on with Edison for how this advice letter gets resolved. But it did seem like at times, perhaps, Edison, maybe you were saying that it's not worth trying to make these short-term fixes to the existing methodology because you think it's basically not aligned with being useful for energization. If that's the case, we definitely would like to hear, more about that, because it does seem like it, a lot of people pointed out, if it's not aligned with being useful, then what can we do with it?
I think for the sake of time, we'll ask that questions for now are either held until the Q&A at the very end or are put in the chat so that SCE can respond in a timely manner. SCE, do you have a presenter ready?
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Assad Bunks. I'm the business product lead for Dr. Pep, so I'll be walking you through a series of updates for Dr. Pep. Next slide, please. So for this coming update, we'll be discussing a series of business-related driven updates and a series of updates that are related to regulatory requirements. I'll walk through which ones are regulatory and which ones have been business-related. The first update that we see here is the variable load capacity layer. We added a disclaimer highlighting circuits with duct bank constraints, and this was driven from our business side of the house. The next one we have is the change ICA download load profile and ICA results to be in megawatts. This is a regulatory compliant requirement. And the next one, ICA downloadable / API addition of ICA publish date, regulatory compliant. You'll be able to see the ICA publish date in the ICA layer and the downloadable files. The next one, ICA load profile graph unit toggle functionality, megawatt to amps, another regulatory compliant requirement is the implementation of a toggle functionality within the load profile widget in the ICA layer, which will allow users to switch between megawatt and amps. And the next update, once again, the regulatory compliant, is a ICA widget change on the load profile labels. I'll be showing an example of this in the forthcoming slides. For GNA and DUPA layer, we have updated the names from DDOR to DUPA, and LMB and AACE level of cost estimates has been removed from the DUPA report. And we have just finished our annual refresh of the GNA and DUPA layer. And from the business side, we have refreshed the available load capacity for distribution and substations as of September 23rd, and we're currently working on the A-bank capacity update. Next slide, please. And I'll be sharing more information about the available load capacity layer momentarily. In this example, we're showing when end users or stakeholders use the available load capacity and click on a particular circuit, to be made aware of any duct bank constraints, which is known as known firmware constraints to the circuit that may impact available capacity on that circuit. Next slide. And as mentioned before, all ICA and load profile downloadable files are now changed to megawatts. And you'll be seeing that in the first two columns as highlighted here. Next. And the inclusion of the publication date will be at the very end of the ICA downloadable file, which is shown here. Next. And now the toggle functionality. So on the left-hand side, you'll see that it's showing circuit load profile is in megawatts, and the other side it's in amps. And this will allow the users to, based on the requirements, can see if in megawatts or amps. Next slide, please. And another ICA widget change that we recently implemented was to change from low load and low high to min load and max load per the requirements, CPUC requirements. So you now see it below to make it more clear for our stakeholders. All right, next slide. Upcoming features with Dr. PEP. We are targeting the introduction of the sub-transmission line capacity by Q2 of 2026 to provide additional insights into the sub-transmission system capacity by incorporating the sub-transmission line limitations. It will be a part of the available load capacity layer. Coming at the end of this month, mandated by the third quarter 2023, users will be able to quickly understand generation hosting capacity at the substation layer within SE's service territory. And towards the end of the year, as mandated by HIDR, these enhancements provide more insights into ICA results and more flexibility within the load profile graphs and API. These improvements include, but not limited to, ICA sublayer for each study, as well as ICA widget change displaying the most limiting factor, the criteria violations in the pop-up boxes.
Hey, Assad, this is Ari. I'm just jumping in because I see a request from Sky.
Before
Yeah.
we go to the next slide, which is really about recent bugs and fixes, which is our last slide, maybe we could just scroll backwards through a couple of the recent
Sure.
updates and just ask, yeah, thank you, Raymond. If we go to slide 23 to start. Sorry, yeah, I'm sorry if the, no, sorry, I think sorry, go forward. It's the ALC duct bank warning flag. Keep going. It's not, I don't have the right number because these numbers are, here we go. If we start here, and now we can ask holders on the line if they want to ask a question about each of these improvements. So I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slides. So let's just maybe pause now that you've gone through them and see if anyone wants to ask a question about each of these 5 slides.
It looks like Sky's question.
Thanks. And thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. I just want to, yeah, thanks for slowing down, and Ari, thanks for going back. There was a lot of information in there and I didn't, I need to catch up. So I need to know what a duct bank warning flag is, why it's there, and what it's telling you. Let's start there. And this is not the ICA, right?
No, this is at the available load capacity layer. So this is a different layer within the Dr. PEP tool.
Mm-hmm.
So the use of the duct bank warning flag is to notify prospective users that there might be capacity at the circuit level. However, it will be potentially constrained based on the thermal constraint on the duct bank itself. And that might
What is
not
a duct bank? Just help me out here. I'm not an engineer, so I just want to make sure I'm following.
a duct bank is an underground structure. Hold on one moment.
Hi there. Can you guys hear me? Sorry, my audio is going in and out.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Just to answer the question about what a duct bank is, a duct bank is just one of our underground trenches that our conduit runs through. It can also encompass various types of infrastructure that is underground, various types of switches, things like that.
Okay. So thank you for that explanation. And then does this impact the ICA? It doesn't, right? Is this duct bank built into the ICA model, or is it beyond what the ICA studies?
It's not built into the ICA model, and it's an independent variable for future forecasting load.
Okay, we can go on to the next one. With this one, my question was, can you explain why you made the change? I don't have any problem with it. I just didn't catch if there's a reason for the change.
Yes, it's in relation to IDR order 3.27. It was part of the requirements for changing our tool layer. So based off of that, we were mandated to change it from kilowatt to megawatt.
Okay. Were they not aligned before? Like the ICA used kilowatts and the load profile used megawatts, or was this due to something else? I'm not questioning it. I just want to make sure I understand what effect it has.
Not that I don't believe there was any misalignment issues. It was just a functionality change that was requested.
Okay. And so for this one, it tells you the published date, but doesn't tell you whether or not it has been, quote, triggered for an update, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so this one, I think I understand it, but it triggered reminded me that I had sent Edison to the Dr. Pep email or whichever one, whatever it's called now, a question because some of the load profiles had been showing up super weird because the bottom, is that the y-axis? The bottom axis is
Yes.
like the months weren't aligned or something, and so they didn't make any sense. Have you guys resolved that issue? And I sent an email and I believe I never got a response to the why it was happening. Um,
All right. Could you repeat that question again? I just want to make sure I got it.
so in some cases, I think mostly actually, when you looked at the load profile on the Dr. Pep, it didn't look like this because it looked like the data was jumbled in the sense that like it wasn't sequential from January to December in the way that it's shown here. And I haven't checked in the last couple of days whether that's still the case, but it wasn't aligning with the actual load ICA. If you downloaded or not the ICA, if you downloaded the load profile and simulated this exact chart using the actual CSV file, you'd get a nice chart like this. But that wasn't what was showing up on the map. So I sent an email, and I think your response, but don't quote me on this, so I don't want to misquote you, was that you were looking into it. And now I'm asking, have you looked into it, and is it solved?
I believe on this one, I'll need to get back to you to give you a better response.
Okay, thank you. Oh, can you go back? Sorry. And this was just literally just a name and a change to the label instead of,
That's
so
correct.
not actually change any data. Okay, got it.
No data changes, just the label changes has been done.
Okay, thank you.
Hassan,
Yes,
maybe we can move on. You want to move on to bugs and fixes, which is our last slide?
yes. If there's no further comments, I'll go to bugs and fixes. So some bugs and fixes that we implemented since the last session. We have updated Dr. Pep's calculation method for existing and queue generations to align with interconnection process effective of August 28th, 2025. Issue was identified where outdated ICA results for inactive circuits for ICA results that included inactive circuits was being added to the bulk download folder. We have removed those and it will not be a problem moving forward as of September 12th, 2025. Also, we have replaced the legacy email address that was on the Dr. Pep website. So a new email address is now shown up on Dr. Pep for stakeholders and end users to email the Dr. Pep team for any issues or questions regarding Dr. Pep. And we have repaired an issue with the bulk download SharePoint link that was not correct, and it's now fixed so end users can access the Dr. Pep's bulk download folder for ICA without any issues as of the 19th of September. Last, we identified a technical issue causing distribution circuits on Dr. Pep to be missing. We are currently working with the technical team to implement a solution. We are targeting to have it fully resolved by October 17th of this month. And that's all for me. I'll open it up for questions or concerns.
Looks like we have another question from Sky.
Thanks. Assad, just to help you track down your email correspondence, I put the
Okay.
dates in there when we corresponded about it, and I believe your last response was July 25th.
Okay.
And you said that you're investigating and you'll figure out if it's a bug and follow up.
Yeah.
In that same email, this gets to my other question, which is,
Sure.
so I discovered that there's this inconsistency between the results that customers receive in a pre-application report with the results they see on the ICA map with respect to the generation information. So specifically, for everybody else's understanding, the queued capacity, queued generation, and so on. And I believe you guys responded that basically somebody should rely on the pre-app and not the ICA. And I'm wondering if you can, for everybody else, not just Sky's benefit, explain the problem and explain if you guys are going to find a solution to it. And if you don't have a solution to it or plans to fix it, would Edison be willing to consider putting a note in there that the results in the ice that you're showing are inaccurate, which is what I understand you've said, but feel free to explain what's going on first. And we could look at, well, I don't know if we can look at it because Raymond would have to pull it up, but we could look at the data in Dr. Pep that I'm talking about specifically, if that's helpful.
Yes. In regard to this item, this was a issue that we just recently implemented to fix. It's in relation to bullet 1 of recent Dr. Pep bug fixes.
Okay.
It was fixed back in August 28th. So to make sure our data is more in alignment to that process.
Okay, so if I requested a pre-application report and the date you guys send me the pre-application report, the results you give me should be the same as the results that I would see on the map? I guess there's going to be an update lag or something maybe. But...
There's going to be an update lag because based on Dr. Pep's monthly refresh for that layer, especially for that data. So if you got the report the same day we refreshed it, in theory, it should be accurate. But if there could be a week or two after the fact, then there's a potential of data variance that might occur.
Okay, but otherwise you guys are pulling from the same source, so to speak?
Correct.
Okay, that's great. Thanks for making that fix. I think that'll be helpful for people.
You're welcome. Okay. Any further questions, comments on the floor?
Sky, I see you're still unmuted. Do you have a follow-up question? We are over time actually. So
No, I don't have a follow-up question. Sorry, I need to figure out how to unmute or read.
oh, all right.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. If you have further questions for SCE, please put them in the chat now. I'm not sure how long their team plans to stay on, but they will try to get to any questions they can. The plan currently is to have lunch until 12:15, which point we will reconvene, and I believe SDG&E will be presenting at that point in time. I'll see you all in a little under an hour. Thank you. All right, everybody, welcome back. We're at the end of our lunch period, and it looks like San Diego is ready to present.
Great. Thank you, Raymond. Hold on one second. We just need to mute a couple things on our end. Okay.
There's still some echo. You might want to check that.
Give us
while
a
you-
moment. Sorry.
Yeah, of course.
Appreciate your patience. Yeah. Okay. I think we're good now. Okay, great. Good afternoon. My name is Mary Sweeney, and I'm a Principal Distribution Policy Planning Policy Advisor at San Diego Gas and Electric. I'll be presenting today the updates for SDG&E's integration capacity analysis. Next slide. Here's a quick overview of what we'll be talking through today. I'll be presenting updates on ICA refinements and changes, as well as updates on our data validation efforts. Then we'll review SDG&E's assessment of ICA remediation needs. We've also included a slide outlining additional resources for reference at the end of this presentation. And of course, we'll have some time for questions. Next slide. SDG&E has implemented several refinements and improvements in our ICA over recent months. In compliance with the directive from Decision 24-10-030, in March 2025, we removed the requirement for users to register an account in order to access the ICA portal. SDG&E has also updated the ICA results to reflect completed distribution projects and projects that will be issued for construction within a year of the current date. Therefore, the values that are viewed by users reflect existing and future hosting capacity in the relatively near term. SDG&E completed the implementation of the limited generation profiles into the ICA portal to enable users to download the LGP template and have it submitted within their Rule 21 application if they choose to do so. This solution was live and publicly accessible beginning on July 9th, 2025. The interconnection process for LGP projects and the LGP curtailment process has also been published on SDG&E's Rule 21 webpage. A bulk data download feature was also developed and rolled out the first week of August 2025. And SDG&E remains committed to continuing our QA/QC process throughout the ICA process. Next slide. Actually, I'm sorry, Raymond, can you go back? I want to touch a little bit, offer a little more detail on that QA/QC. So our QA/QC process is consistent with what was outlined in our ICA data validation plan. Issues with the ICA results are identified monthly and are investigated by ICA engineers prior to the results being published. SDG&E's engineers review every circuit with line segments that have zero load ICA values and validate the triggered violations. If necessary, the engineers consult with other groups and field validations are arranged if further verification is needed. And as I said, we are committed to continuing this QA/QC process to ensure high quality data is available to our users. Thanks. You can go to the next slide now. SDG&E's data validation efforts are summarized in this figure, showing the segment level results from the load ICA analysis as of the end of August 2025. SDG&E has thoroughly investigated its load ICA data and made significant improvements in its ICA modeling over the past several years, as outlined in our several previous reports and workshops. This has translated into a significant reduction in the number of line segments showing zero load hosting capacity. I know that this view isn't really a surprise to those of you that have attended these workshops before. This is our typical format for reporting out on the nodal results, showing the current hosting capacity across our distribution system. These values are expected to fluctuate month to month, of course, as new load interconnection requests are received and other system configuration changes are made. Next slide, please. Pardon me. To illustrate how load ICA values present on a more circuit level view, SDG&E also prepared this figure. This view can be helpful since the nodal data can sometimes impact the way results are represented. For example, if certain circuits have a very high number of nodes. Next slide. And finally, SDG&E produced a generation graph for ICA results showing the distribution at the circuit level. Again, I know these graphs will be very familiar to those of you who have joined us for previous workshops, but today's figures reflect the latest data. Next slide. As outlined in the past, several known ICA issues amongst the IOUs have been highlighted. The presence of false zero results has been addressed by SDG&E through our ongoing system-wide data validation efforts, which have substantially eliminated false zeros. For the timely reporting of ICA data, SDG&E updates the results for eligible circuits on a monthly basis. In some circumstances, ICA results are not published in the public-facing portal, such as when a circuit is designated as a 1515 circuit. SDG&E has previously updated our internal Rule 21 generation interconnection request review process to use ICA values when available. Next slide, please. After assessing the current status of known ICA issues, SDG&E filed a Tier 3 advice letter on August 26, 2025, addressing the requirement for an ICA remediation plan. As noted in the second biannual ICA report submitted July 31st, all known issues have been resolved within SDG&E's ICA processes and portal. SDG&E provided a summary of customer queries regarding ICA and confirmed that there are no substantive or systemic issues that were identified or reported by the customers. As noted on previous slides, SDG&E has a robust QA/QC and data validation process in place and will continue these going forward. 2 protests were received in response to SDG&E's Tier 3 advice letter, one from the Public Advocate's Office and one from IREC. 3 primary points were raised. 1, an objection to the degree of data redaction that SDG&E utilizes for ICA. 2, a claim that the lack of a remediation plan was a failure to establish a baseline for future reporting. And 3, a proposed methodology for accuracy and root cause analysis in reporting. SDG&E filed a reply to protest on September 22nd of this year. SDG&E noted that the ICA data redaction practices comply with the Commission's 2018 and 2021 rulings. It was also noted that by definition, a remediation plan must include deficiencies that require correction. Since SDG&E does not have any known outstanding ICA issues, a remediation plan is not appropriate at this time. Next slide. Here's a link to the SDG&E ICA portal and a contact email for any ICA questions. Next slide. And with that, I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to open it up for questions.
All right, thank you for that, Mary. Do we have any questions in the chat?
There's a message in the chat.
All right, then I think I have a
Raymond,
question.
it looks like Raymond's speaking, but we cannot hear him. We might have overmuted. Bear with us. Can you go ahead, Raymond?
Can you hear me now?
I hear you for what it's worth, Raymond.
We can hear you now. Sorry. Thanks for bearing with us.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I do have a question which I would like to bring up, which is we discussed this with SCE, and I understand that SDG&E feels there are no remediation plans to provide as it has no identified errors with calculation. But I want to go back to the Public Advocate's Office recommendation for tracking and the purpose of investigating and confirming whether there is usable results coming from the ICA. And I understand that we've gone back and forth on what accuracy means and how the utilities are defining that as the appropriate inputs to the approved methodology, but that stakeholders want alignment with the interconnection and energization processes. And so I just wanted to bring up what SDG&E feels about validating their results with a metric such as public advocates, because the underlying usability of ICA, I think, is a driving issue and something we're looking forward to. And the addition of the consolidated biannual reports and these workshops creates a appropriate venue for reporting such as that to validate results or identify issues that may be going on. So I was wondering if you could speak to that metric and its merits.
Raymond, sorry, we're trying to go ahead and unmute a team member to respond to you. E is trying to get herself off mute.
Raymond, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. I can no longer hear you.
We're
Yi.
getting a lot of
Yeah.
feedback. Yi?
Still getting a lot of feedback?
Yes, your answers are either muted or echoing.
Yeah, sorry for the challenge. Is this better? We're good?
Yes, now it's good.
Okay. Yeah, so let me just first respond to your question. I think it was kind of embedded on your part of the question there is, do we feel like our ICA system is effectively providing the accurate information that is intended for ICA? So I'm going to respond in two folds, right? So as some of you probably already discussed previously, the use case for generation ICA is the use case that's formally adopted through Rule 21 process. There's been a lot of changes throughout the past few years in the Rule 21 proceeding, and now the Gen ICA is formally used as part of the screening process within Gen ICA. To my knowledge, there hasn't been a formal use case adopted for Load ICA, but there has been a lot of work happening across the stakeholders and utility for the past few years to ensure the Load ICA can also provide a similar indicative support to the customer who's interested to add load, that they can look at utilities ICA to get the understanding, okay, is there a potential of having an upstream capacity constraint based on the ICA results? So with that potential use case in mind, SDG&E believes that our ICA do effectively support that use case, and we don't really feel like there's an outstanding issue that needs to be resolved. We tried to outline that point in our protest reply as well, right? We saw some comments in the protest chat questioning, like, has there been sufficient baseline of reporting? Has there been sufficient data provided by SDG&E to support our statement that our ICA right now can serve that purpose? And our response was yes, because, as a lot of you probably has brought up, there's been a lot of work, I think thanks to the contribution of some of the stakeholders on the call here since 2019, which is where this zero nodal analysis percentage data was asked to be provided by utility. So we have been providing that data, and that data has also been used in our internal discussion, internal process to drive our data validation process to get to this point, which we think we have done a significant amount of work. And I think we have heard acknowledgement from stakeholders in the previous conversation on that point. So with all that in mind, really want to urge a consideration on if there's still a need to do another round of reporting to investigating some of the difference between the ICA, the purpose of ICA, and also the purpose of for example, for load energization, right? The energization engineering study, right? Which is, as we outlined in the protest, those are different, right? I wasn't able to participate in SC's workshop in full, so I don't know. Apologize if these points has already been raised by my colleagues from SCE, but ICA, by nature, it's a public available data portal that's meant to produce the results of IOU's hosting capacity based on preset methodology and assumption and load profiles. And it's meant to be populating that information for system-wide, right? For a large amount of nodes and for all the circuits within, utilities territory. So it's a process that's meant to be available dynamically and updates monthly and reflects the changes also based on a monthly schedule and to provide customer as accurate as possible according to that predefined methodology. In contrary to that, right, when you're looking at a load study process within load energization, that is almost always based on a single nodal request, right? When we get the load request, we will know exactly where the customer is envisioning to add load. And sometimes we will even get inquiry from the customer prior to them submitting a formal load request, including those information. And that information also sometimes includes, the schedule of their load request, how much load they're planning to add in which year. So there's going to be a detailed analysis that's going to be done by the engineers to identify what level of upgrades will be necessary, which often these days, at least in SDG&E, for majority of our load energization requests, those upgrades are on the secondary system, including upgrades to, the service wires, the entrance wires to the service transformers. None of those information will really be captured in our ICA portal. So inevitably, there's going to be a difference, right? Just taking the assumption that we do this tracking as proposed by Cal Advocates, it inevitably is there's going to be difference between the two process. You're not going to be, I think there's going to be cases where the ICA results is going to say that there's plenty capacity available from an upstream capacity perspective, and customer proceed to a load energization request, and there's several upgrades identified on the service level for them to be able to accommodate the load. Vice versa, there's also going to be cases that customer look at the load ICA results and there's zero capacity available. And when they proceed to load energization requests, there's operational transfers SDG&E can do, there's setting changes we can do, there's different conversations we can have with the customer to inform the actual engineering study and also to inform the outcome to not have to require them to, have to any upgrade to enable their load energization requests. So I know this response is super long, but essentially I just want to kind of recap what we described in our protest reply and hoping to give you an informative summary of what's the reasoning for us pushing back on this baseline report and why we don't feel like it's necessary, aside from the fact that it's going to add a significant amount of work and take away resources that's also doing these interconnection study and these load energization study and supporting ICA to work on these report, which in our perspective is not going to produce any meaningful value.
Thanks for that response, Yi. I just want to note that what it sounded there like you described situations where the ICA was not usable, and I think that exactly is what people would like to track, just to confirm that not only is the ICA accurate as described by SCE, but that it's usable at the end of the day, and whether we should consider modifying the ICA calculation process. Moving on from that, Gabe has a note in the chat as well, noting that the statement that there has been no use case for load ICA is not accurate, and that from day one of ICA, the primary use case for both load and generation ICA is as a tool to aid in the siting of DERs in locations less likely to require capacity upgrades. And I would double down on that, is that ICA is supposed to identify capacity of the system as is that does not require modifications, whether that be settings of equipment or upgrades to the system. And I want to note ordering paragraphs 37 and 38 of decision 24-10-030, which explicitly ask the utility to discuss the integration of load ICA into their energization processes and the benefits of it, or why they did not see it as feasible at this time. So I want to push back a little bit on the fact that load ICA is not meant to be, or not intended for energization processes, when the commission has shown express interest in that development. With that, though, I have a question in chat from Anthony, and we've been discussing your metric. Anthony, would you want to raise your hand so you can read your question? All right, you should be unmuted, Anthony.
Thank you, Raymond, and thank you, Yi. And and Mary for SDG presentation. Before I ask my question, I think I asked that a little bit earlier during the slides, but I kind of want to follow up a little bit on some of the discussions that I do agree with the point that Gabe has made, and as well as Raymond, in terms of the use case of the load ICA. And I don't think, I mean, I hope there's not disagreement on that. But furthermore, I think PG&E is the only utility that necessarily has tried to take a next step in terms of trying to incorporate and embed the load ICA even further into the energization process, which to me, considering SDG&E is claiming that currently their load ICA is fully aligned, is kind of the understanding that I got from this presentation, is capable of doing that. I'm curious why SDG&E would not consider following up and incorporating some of that use case as well within its ICA, whether it doesn't see value in that, or is there another reason? Because that could be another opportunity to further align the ICA with the energization process. I guess I would like to get some just a little bit of confirmation from SDG&E whether its claim or its understanding of the ICA, both on the generation and load side currently, is that it is. Are we saying it's just accurate with the processes, or are we saying it's actually aligned with the interconnection processes? Is that something you've attempted to quantify? And if not, how are you able to make that claim, and how is it supported? I know we've seen some of the EV reporting from SDG&E, and I will say the results for load have looked better than what we've seen for other utilities, especially what at least we've seen in the latest one from SCE. And to me, I guess I would just like to understand whether the ICA currently is as aligned as it can be. And regarding my question, I think one thing I wanted to ask about and understand is, as SDG&E mentioned, that it dropped its false zeros. And I appreciate the effort that has went in from SDG&E to achieve that, considering where they were a couple of years ago. I'm curious if you can just shine a light a bit on what issues did you identify, and how did you correct them when it comes to that false zero issue that you rectified as well. But thank you.
Thanks, Anthony. Let me first respond to your second question, which is the one that you put in chat about how we were able to, what we looked at, or what was the issues that we solved to improve our accuracy for ICA. So I think most of the changes that we made can be summarized back to modeling, setting, and configurations. That's, the inputs for ICA. So as part of the process, which we started a couple of years ago, as part of the load refinement effort, we look at all our circuits, and every circuit that has zero ICA. There was a couple of steps that we took, right? First is we're trying to identify the common similarities across those circuits, right? What are the common causes that we were able to identify that may have contributed to the false zeros? And a few issues that we identified, which I think we captured in some of the earlier reports that we submitted, includes like voltage regulator settings, and also some changes we identify, including like how to make sure the models are modeled correctly to reflect the substation to circuit relationship. So those are some of the more common issues that were identified and that we were able to fix, which addressed a large quantity of the false zeros. In addition to that, given we took the effort and time to look into every single circuit and every single model, there were some specific modeling issues that we fixed along the ways. Occasionally, it could be like some sort of setting that was missed, or some sort of setting that looks questionable, right? So there were cases that we had to work with our district engineers to have them to send out to do a field verification on some of the settings and update the models to reflect the latest settings that's actually accurately put on the circuit. So there are some of the changes like that, which are more circuit specific. And like Mary highlighted earlier, ICA, inevitably, it's a very complicated process, right? Every month we still will review any zeros that were identified as part of the monthly update, and we'll kind of repeat that same process to see if there's anything that doesn't look right, that doesn't match what we would expect to see. And similarly to that system-wide validation we did, sometimes those investigations will also require, modeling adjustment, discussing with the field engineer, chatting with the protection engineer to get the protection settings. So it's a pretty robust process, and it's kind of sometimes differs by each circuit or each issue. I hope that answers your question. If you have further question on that, that's about what I can provide based on my technical understanding, but feel free to reach out if we can help further on providing that clarification.
Yeah, thank you, Lee. I guess just very concisely, I want to confirm that I got some clarification on my question, so I might want to reword it just for clarity. But I think a part of my question was just trying to understand how, for generation, what is a CG process that allows it to ensure or claim, full alignment? When a project is filed in for interconnection, for example, and it passes the screen, or it doesn't, what is that Genie process to compare that to what the ICA said or didn't say at the time, and whether that aligns or not? Does SDG have such a process? And if not, how does SDG ensure alignment if not?
So I'm gonna try to answer. I would say that I don't think I fully understand the question, right? But let me just try to walk through our interconnection process on the Rule 21 side to see if that help. So as you may know that there's several screens involved as part of the initial screening process for Rule 21. And the screen that use ICA are only part of the screen, right? So there's some other screens that will identify different type of needs or different type of violations associated to the interconnection request. And specific to screen M, right? If a project does not pass screen M, which means that there's not enough ICA capacity that can support the requested generation from the customer, this projects will move up to screen N. Certainly as part of screen N, there's additional items that the engineer will look at. I believe, again, I'm not a really interconnection expert, but I think there's stuff that they look at, like comparing to like 100% versus 90%. There are also a lot of voltage related checks, which they will look at to see if there's any setting changes that can address the violation that wouldn't result in an actual system upgrade. And certainly, yeah, because we are, very committed to ensure that if we tell a customer that, your projects did not pass screen M, right, based on ICA results, we want to be really confident with that results. They are at times we look at the results, we're like, okay, let's do another double check, for example, in our synergy model, which is the tool that our engineer uses to do engineering studies to revalidate. There's actually no enough hosting capacity at the circuit. And as part of that revalidation, there's also, opportunity to look at if there's additional setting changes that can be made to accommodate the load. So I hope that answers your question, but if there's additional clarification you're looking for, let me know.
I'm not sure whether it fully, I guess that whether that answer yet fully gives me, I guess the ability to fully rest my head on whether what is being predicted, at least for the interconnection, and what is being screened, whether the process that you're described to me, whether it's actually assessing, in essence, whether that alignment is there or not. It sounded to me a little bit like there are times that you described where, based on the study itself, some of these predictions might need to be run again within the ICA, or or where you go back and maybe compare and find some misalignment, or was that not what you kind of described? I guess that's something I would like to clarify maybe a little bit more directly. If I misunderstood part of what you described, also let me know.
So it'd be really helpful for you to elaborate, like, what are the issue you're trying to get to here? Are you trying to, if it's a follow-up to something that was discussed as part of SCE's workshop, I apologize, I wasn't able to attend it fully.
Okay,
Yeah, are you trying to understand, like, what's this misalignment?
I guess what we were
What?
trying to talk about, and what was brought up in this earlier a little bit from ED as well, is I think part of what we're trying to understand in general is whether, to what extent, what a developer utilizing the ICA, either for interconnection energization, what they see on there, is like, for example, for generation, let's just say for Screen M, for example, whether the analysis within the ICA on whether certain projects will pass that screen or not, is it 100% always accurate once eventually the project moves on within the interconnection process and more studies happen? Or is there ever situations where you go back and realize, oh, the ICA was inaccurately stated that this project would pass a certain screen or not, and then you've had to go back and either identify an issue or fix it? Has it been 100% in terms of whether a project passes the screen or not? Has it been accurate in that sense? Is that something you can claim? And if so, how do you confirm that? That's generally my question.
So you're asking, could there be a scenario where a project passes the ICA screen M, but further down the road, we actually identify a upstream capacity upgrade? I'm highlighting the upstream capacity upgrade part because that is an important distinction, right? So ICA, again, only provides the primary system hosting capacity for the three-phase node on the system. So it is likely, and it almost probably always happened for a generation request, is that there could be service level upgrades customer have to do to their panel, to the service wires, to the service transformers. These would not get identified as part of ICI. And that's the differences and I guess maybe misalignment that I was referring to earlier.
Okay. I guess my question would have been limited to the scope of the screen M or the ICA, not necessarily things that would be considered out of scope that would be identified. I'm saying for the goal of the ICA and what it's meant to identify currently in screen for an interconnection, my understanding is that part is always aligned and accurate, but there could be other upgrades not identified by SCA, not within the scope of it, that might still appear. Does that are we on the same page now with that definition?
Yeah.
I guess?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, and does SDG have, what is SDG's process to make sure that at least what is within the scope is always aligned? Is there anything that flags whether something passes a screen and then after the fact might not? Is that something that occurs or is flagged? Is kind of my question.
So if your question is that if we have a process that for every interconnection project, we will redo an engineering study to see if fully aligns with the ICA, my answer is no, we don't have that process. And I think that's counterintuitive to the whole purpose of adopting ICA within the Rule 21 process, right? Because if we have to do engineering study anyway, what's the point of using ICA to do the screening in the first place? If that's what you're asking, I would say no. In our confidence from our ICA model and being able to use that to screen one, it's somewhat mandated for, right? Which is what I was referring to when I referred to use case, right? ICA was formally adopted as a use case to be used in the Rule 21 process for screening projects. We're following the commission mandate in how we use ICA. And the second point is that we have been and are committed to continue doing that through the monthly process of updating and maintaining ICA to pre-identify any potential errors within the ICA model and fix them before we publish to the ICA portal, so the information can be as accurate as possible. And as part of the actual screening, right, like I mentioned earlier, if a project fails ICA, we definitely do additional checks on our ICA model and sometimes even do engineering study to ensure that we're not really filling screen and on something that we're not fully confident on. So I hope that answers the question.
It does. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Gabe from Energy Vision. So just going back to what you said, Yi, about ICA was only created as a mandate for Rule 21. I think, again, it was meant to be a citing tool before there was any nexus with Rule 21. It was always anticipated that if it was successful, it could help streamline Rule 21. But before it ever even set foot in the Rule 21 proceeding, it was developed as a citing tool to identify hosting capacity that would be indicative of likely available hosting capacity. When that was established, then it enabled Rule 21 to formally adopt it and use it for interconnection streamlining. So it's a subtle difference, but I just think it's important to, remember the history here. And then I'm trying to mediate between you and Anthony about whether there's a need for a tracking tool. It sounded like first I thought Anthony was saying if it's accurate, I mean, if the results from ICA are matching interconnection outcomes within the scope of ICA, then is there a way to publish that so that there's some kind of external visibility into the alignment? And then I'm not sure if you've modified your proposal, Anthony, if that's no longer what you're asking for. But are you still thinking that tracking would be necessary or beneficial? Tracking metric?
All right. Thank you for unmuting me. From our perspective, I think there is value in the tracking metric. And just to add a little bit on what you've proposed, or what you've mentioned earlier about the initial use case of the ICA is whether it is an effective tool to screen and allow for a seamless and accurate way to allow for Rule 21 interconnection. I understand, we're still in the middle of in other proceedings as well. Maybe the new Rule 21 proceeding. We'll probably also talk about issues related to how else can the ICA help with interconnection? How else can it streamline it? Is there more that it can be done with the ICA? My tracking, as I laid it out, and what I would have liked to achieve out of it if it gets adopted, is that it allows to both assess how accurately for the current scope and current use case it is aligned, which according to SDG&E, from what they're saying, it is fully aligned. It's always utilized what's as he describes as mandated by the commission in order to screen the screens where its scope is focused on, and it's always aligned with that, and they're always using it, and they have no issue with it and no complaints, and that's good. It's not something we've been able to really track and see in the past, which because of a little bit of our maybe general mistrust with, not with SDG&E specifically, but with the ICA process over the years and whether it's actually working or not. On the side of caution, from our perspective, we want some way to confirm and set a baseline that, okay, it's actually working for that. But how I describe my tracking in the protest is that if Other upgrades are identified as well as part of the interconnection process, potentially not within the scope of the ICA. We can predict to what extent what these upgrades are and why are they triggered. And I think that could be a good way to also, in other proceedings as well, that might expand the scope of the role of the generation ICA, for example, in interconnection, to start thinking about whether the ICA, whether there are other type of predictions, the ICA, generation ICA, or other screens that could streamline, that it could be expanded to, and if it and what could be done in order to achieve that. So that was generally what I had proposed and what I think our stance is still. And I think the relevance and the importance of such a tracking tool to allow for us to assess alignment might go a longer distance, a longer way with ICA tools that are currently, I would describe as some extent currently broken, maybe might apply a little bit for parts of maybe SCE's ICA currently, as it's still in development, still has a lot of issues. But I do see value as well in this application for SDG&E. So that's still our perspective on the topic of tracking accuracy or alignment of ICA.
Thanks, Anthony. I have some comments there, but I wanted to make sure, Gabe, do you have a response or follow-up to that comment from Anthony?
Not at the moment. I mean, I'm still trying to evaluate the utility of tracking. I thought I heard him say it's particularly useful for the more broken examples of ICA, and I think he's implying that yours is less broken, but I think he said that it's still useful, if as long as it's not going to create like an extra real burden on providing that transparency.
Thanks, Gabe. Couple comments on there, right? So first of all, I don't think it's super correct to categorize as, not being able to have that full alignment as broken, right? Because, a lot of you are involved in developing ICA early on. And you know that developing something like ICA is computing intensive. It requires server capacity to be able to run these analysis at the same time, as opposed to, right, if you picture like an engineer doing engineering study for a single node, as you can imagine, you just need to run that circuit. Versus the ICA is doing the hard work there, simultaneously run the entire territory and to produce those results out there. So in order to reach that, to find a balance between computing intensiveness and also producing useful value and useful data for the seeding purposes that you guys has brought up earlier, there was a lot of back and forth and careful discussion around like the modeling assumption and the scope of ICA, right? For example, like I mentioned, right, like ICA had scope to only cover the third phase node of the system and doesn't cover any secondary system. And that's done intentionally, because if you are going to do that analysis to cover all the secondary system and do every single phase node, the computing needs is going to expand exponentially. We have to buy more servers, it's going to cost a lot more. We're going to need more engineers. There's going to be a lot more data validation we'll have to do monthly. It's going to add on a lot of resource needs to maintain the ICA tool. So from my perspective, I think it was a lot of thoughtful conversation when ICA was scoped and developed throughout these demonstration pilots, and eventually adopted for all utility to implement, right? So fast forward to the current process, the fact that ICA doesn't really account for every single possibility out there, every single setting out there, and every single like segment of our system, including the secondary, and every single potential limitation that could exist from protection or from like a regulator setting or any sort of potential minor stuff is not really a broken like link, right? It's by design. So I think if the tracking is sort of aiming to identify if that type of misalignment do exist, well, I think we already know without tracking it, right? Because it's not designed or modeled to do that. And I would also argue that to be able to implement a tracking to identify potential improvement or potential changes or potential scope expansion that can happen to ICA is beyond the scope of this ICA remediation plan advice letter. Because the ICA remediation advice letter, just by the name, is meant to identify the issues, right? Just mandating us to do additional tracking to identify further like sort of scope expansion for ICA seems like something that should be separately handled through, you know, another forum or another effort that's focused on that purposes. So that's my sort of initial thoughts and reaction to your comment there, Anthony. Oh, before I forget, I do want to say that I recall that as part of the last sets of IC effort as part of Rule 21, there was a new column that was added in the Utilities Rule 21 quarterly reports for utility to report out if part of the interconnection process, if their ICA value is outdated, the utility needs to update the ICA value as part of the Rule 21 process. And that was captured as part of the report. So I think at least partial of the tracking that you're looking to see to identify like where it's not entirely aligned to what was meant for ICA to serve or when ICA is not fully accurate, that is captured somehow in that report already. So I know that's not what you asked for entirely, but I just want to mention that before I forget.
Anthony, you're unmuted. Do you have responses to that?
Yeah, thank you. I guess to tie things up from my perspective, I don't really fully disagree with the things that he is bringing forth. I do think the biggest value of the tracking and reporting on alignment comes when understanding where the scope of the ICA is failing and why it is and what we can do to do it, which to some extent we know is happening some of the ICAs, but just looking at least at the EV report from SDG&E on load and alignment that they've presented recently in the latest report, it seemed pretty aligned to me. So to necessarily maintaining that reporting for now and looking into and potentially noticing any drastic change in whether that alignment is occurring on load or not could be an effective way for now to keep this process going with SDG&E. On generation, as I mentioned, I didn't really have that data or see that data on whether it's aligned or not, but that is what SDG&E is saying is happening at the moment. So for that matter, whether we want to confirm that somehow or not, or take SDG&E's word for it, which if the load I see as an example for SDG&E seems to be working, I guess that would be a determination from ED at that point. But if we're talking about the actual scope of the ICA and whether reporting on whether it's currently doing its accurate job or not, at least based on the EV report that we saw recently from SCGD, it seems like for the most part it's in line. So thank you.
Thanks, Anthony. Are there any other questions in the chat? Just
Not seeing any. Just to confirm, are there any other questions for San Diego? All right. Well, if that's the case, I do see a question from Sky for SCE that she said she would like to voice. Sky, I do have to say, because we are outside of SCE's time slot, I cannot guarantee that they will have all of the appropriate staff online, but I am open to hearing your questions still. If you'd like to raise your hand, I can unmute you.
I think I'm unmuted.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
I'm not sure how that magically happened, but thank you. Thanks for entertaining the idea of my question at the very least. SE didn't present on the monthly updates issue, which IREC continues to believe is a problem. I have two questions related to it. The first is that in SE's reply to IREC's protest from September 22nd, it stated that monthly refreshes are not required for ICA results. Monthly refreshes were discussed in the DRP proceeding, which had a far narrower scope than ICA does today, and was focused on interconnection. ICA has now evolved significantly to support energization, parentheses load, but the requirement did not contemplate this massive surge in electrification since 2017 and should not be read to apply to it. That quote is from page 4, if anybody wants to reference it. So my question is, first of all, is SE saying that the commission has changed the requirement? Is it just SE just saying that it doesn't believe it should be a requirement anymore? And if you are saying that the commission didn't require it, can you point us to an order or ruling that changed the requirement?
Sky, this is Gabe. Do you mind if I try to take a stab at this one before we hear from Edison? I mean, if you're asking Edison to interpret commission orders, maybe start with the commission first, like, and then they can say if they disagree with us, because I feel like we're getting into a bit of
I'm just trying
back and forth here.
Okay.
But look, we've been saying all along that the purpose of ICA, load and gen, is first and foremost a tool to aid developers who are trying to site DERs, whether it be load or generation, in places less likely to trigger or require upgrades. It's never meant to be a guarantee, but it was certainly meant to be useful, and there have been real challenges with how useful it is, which has led to a lot of different efforts to improve and reform. But to answer your question, no, we've not changed the purpose. We've not softened the purpose. We haven't said, oh, it doesn't apply to energization. We haven't said it doesn't apply to electrification. It's always been a siting tool, and siting of load is related to electrification, and that's a definite use case that we have always wanted it to be useful for. So I am happy to hear Edison's perspective, but I mean, just to save time, I just don't want to go down a rabbit hole. Like, there's no change. There's no change of direction of priority that I'm aware of.
Okay,
and so,
thank
yeah,
you.
we believe what the tool is meant to do is can be summed up as I tried to just now. That remains, I think, a core objective.
Okay. My second question for Edison, and you can decide if you want them to answer this, is what I understood from that response to IREC's protest was that Edison is not currently in compliance with that original order, and they're saying they don't think that should apply anymore. But my question is that correct? Because they didn't say it explicitly. And again, I think it's important, if Gabe, if you do believe that we understand whether they're doing that, and then whether they would be able, if I am correct, can they tell us how far off they are? That one of the things I'm really trying to do with both Edison and PG&E is be sympathetic to the position that maybe they can't get there, or it's hard, or it's expensive, but I still am like very far from understanding like the actual size of the problem. And I feel like if it's okay, it's Like if you can't update every single one every time, but I have no idea whether it's 10% or 90% or anywhere in between. And I feel like it would really help the commission in deciding what steps to take if we had a better understanding of what we're talking about. And this is numerically possible. This is just a computation question. How many are getting updated that get triggered? And so that's my question is, can SCE identify what pace it's at?
And Sky, to clarify your question, you're asking SCE to explain
I'm
what
asking you to see
percentage
whether
of
they can
circuits they
quantify
can,
that and
if they can
provide that
quantify.
information to the commission so that the commission understands, no, you're not doing it every month for every circuit that's changes, but what portion are you doing? Is it just a few that don't get done, or is it many that don't get done?
Is there anyone from SCE online that would be able to provide at least an estimate in response to the Sky?
Not currently. The folks that would be addressing this question have dropped off.
Okay.
All right, well, it appears we have no more questions for the moment. We are running about 20 minutes ahead of schedule. I believe our next step was a break from 1:30 to 1:40 until PG&E would present. It doesn't look like all of PG&E's staff is online yet. Sky, I see your hand went back up. Do you have a question?
I just had a comment to help with the scheduling thing you're about to work on, or a request. Brian Leidick, IREX engineer, is not able to be on, or at least fully engaged in the last half an hour. And we have a specific set of questions we want to ask PG&E. And I'm wondering if when PG&E is on, if you guys would permit Brian to ask those questions before they complete their presentation, just so he is able to be on for them.
I think that's possible. Would it also make sense to put those messages in the chat now and then request a follow-up once their presentation starts so they at least have time to review them while they're hopping online?
I'll check with Brian if he can do that. As often, I'm happy to type in the questions. They tend to be fairly complicated to write out. That's why we try to have a back and forth, which I also is we're doing the workshop. So, but
I
Brian,
can take a stab at writing it out. It is a little bit complicated, but I'll do that right now if we're going to break.
All right. I believe we will going to break. And Brian, thank you for your flexibility in typing those questions out ahead of time.
Thank you.
All right, then, everyone. It looks like we'll be having a slightly longer break for now. We will see you all at 1:40.
Thanks all.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It is 1:41. It's time to move on to PG&E's presentation. PG&E, do you have your presenters online? One more check. PG&E, I see you have a few staff members who've joined as attendees. Does one of you need to be elevated to panelist to speak? If so, please raise your hand. Ravi, I see your hand. Ravi, you should now
There
be
we
a
go.
panelist and should be able to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. Something was up with my device settings. Okay, so PG&E is ready to go.
All right, perfect. And I believe you're aware of this, but IREC did type out a question ahead of time. They wanted to flag before their engineer has to hop offline. So I don't know when exactly you'd like to fit that in, but on the earlier side of your presentation would be useful.
If PG&E is responding, we are not hearing anything.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Sorry about that. Internet is kind of weird. Yeah, I was saying that I not sure how to address the question and make it flow with the presentation. We can talk about it now or after the Q&A. How much time did he say he had?
I believe they said he would have to hop off before the last 30 minutes, so before 3.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, the whole presentation won't last over an hour. So I'll go ahead and proceed if that's okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. Well, thanks for the opportunity for presenting the third workshop, and we will focus on several topics already covered. And yeah, looking forward to getting through the slides. You can go to the first slide. So starting with ICA accuracy, yeah, I think we beat this horse to death a lot in this workshop, but bottom line is, we agree with the commission. Our view on ICA is that it's to be a citing tool that's useful to customers. We want to ensure accuracy in ways that make it useful for customers, meaning that metrics such as the number of zeros in a system might not be the best metric. We agree that getting to alignment between the interconnection outcome and IC results should be what we strive towards. If there's any measure of whether IC is getting better, is whether they're agreeing with the outcome of interconnection. That said, there are a lot of nuances to that, which have been explained a lot in this workshop already, and we also fully agree with those. I think what we're trying to get at is we agree with the notion. We have plans to track interconnection outcomes in our automatic capacity evaluation project. This is the name of the internal ICA use case, which we filed an advice letter for back in January. I'll have a few slides to talk about that, but essentially it integrates ICA with our energization process, where we actually evaluate every single application that comes through with the ICA result. So that way we can systematically report on it as well. So right now in our biannual report, we're looking at just a handful of projects, the EV load projects for Rule 21. And that's a very manual process. We're happy to do it in these workshops and reports, but that's a small portion of our system that we probably couldn't manage more than that at scale until we get this project completed. So that said, I don't know if we need to get into why we think zeros aren't the right metric. There's minor upgrades that are hidden behind zeros. That's the fact. Yet ICA is still accurate. We think there's a middle ground between being purely accurate to purely represent the system configuration as is, and getting closer to interconnection outcomes, whether that's through better messaging to the customers. We don't have to treat all zeros the same way. There can be zeros with higher confidence or zeros for thermal. We're going to be able to distinguish those once the refinements have been completed. So that's one way. But that said, we still want to retain the fact that it's not going to substitute for engineering review. There will be outcomes that may not always align, but the goal is to align. Yeah, I see a hand up.
Yeah, Gabriel, let me ask you, since you asked for questions on zero value. I mean, I think, first of all, just to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying, is that if, as a prospective applicant, your project resulted in a zero ICA value, and this is on the load ICA, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You're saying, it doesn't mean game over. There could be minor engineering fixes that would only be discovered through an actual application that could resolve it and not result in a expensive or lengthy time upgrade. So that's good to know, but just stepping back from the customer's experience, how would they know that? And is there, other than a general disclaimer that, these results do not guarantee the accuracy of your interconnection, interconnection results may vary. You could imagine that disclaimer, sort of boilerplate, probably see that on pretty much anything you buy. But if there is something that you feel is indicative of, that you think would be helpful to the customer, like you're not saying, hey, it might work out. Like it has to be a little more than that. Like, is there something is there something that you would know and be able to share that doesn't require like doing the engineering as part of the ICA, but actually just a flag that goes up and says, this might be a minor issue. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
Is there something you can say? Because right now, I don't think the customer knows whether this could be a minor issue or not. They just know it's a zero, and they're probably thinking I shouldn't try to apply there. So what would your thought be on that?
Yeah, I mean, totally understand that perspective. That's a good question. I think partly we're also trying to gain visibility on that as well. When I mention maybe we shouldn't be treating all zeros the same. So what does that zero mean? Like what's the device limiting it? What's the constraint? And communicating that to the customer. We can have tooltips saying, what does it mean when it's a thermal constraint behind the fuse, right? Maybe it's limiting, but actually we encourage you to apply. It's possible through more engineering review. It might take some more time, but we may be able to overcome it by looking at more bespoke solutions. So that's one way. And then two is we're going to be tracking interconnection outcomes with application ICA values at the time of application. So once we were able to track that at scale after we have deployed our refinements, we can apply assumptions that will get us closer to the outcome because we have a metric to work towards, for lack of a better word, a North Star, if you will. Because right now, all we have is that graph, which I've not included here, you can find in the report, showing our percentage of zeros in our system. But that gives us no indication of anything whatsoever. Like what does it mean when you have 30% of zeros on your system? How do you know if they're accurate? So I've omitted that graph and wanted to present these plans to start tracking a better metric. So once we have that in place, we'll establish a baseline, and that'll support any future model calibrations, like I said, calibrations that will allow us to get those two results closer, and also improved customer messaging that can help them distinguish, what does zero actually means. It doesn't mean don't apply in some cases. Yeah, these are just a couple examples from our biannual report. So we had 25 projects that we reviewed for Row 21, 7 of which had a discrepancy or a concordance, as PAO might call it. And the first one was a thermal limiting criteria where a capacity project was not required, even though it said that there was a thermal limitation showing no capacity. And after analyzing that, that was a fuse replacement that was quite minor, and as such, it was not considered a capacity project. So it was able to be resolved by the engineer, and that was not captured by ICA, because ICA does model that fuse in there because it's part of the system, so it's accurate. And just to illustrate, another side of it is the voltage limiting criteria. So same situation. It was a voltage device that had a setting. ICA, there's nuances to these settings that only a really dynamic model can model. There's planning, there's operations, right? A lot of the times these settings are changed around due to operations. So these nuances aren't always captured, and only the engineer knows what's actually, what settings are actually true to allow these things. And also voltage in general, capacitor devices are cheaper and more minor to do, and many times they're not considered an upgrade. So we hope to catch less and less of these.
Looks like we have a question from Sky.
Hi there. Thanks for this. I wanted to just get a little clarity on what is this a proposal or where this fits? So hear me out. First of all, I want to say that for IRAC, we agree and have never suggested that zero ICA values be the only way of tracking whether the ICA is working. And sometimes we get kind of pounded, that's not the relevant metric. And it's just helpful to remind everybody that we started with that metric because there were so many ICA zeros, and I still think it's a relevant metric for evaluating whether they're close or anywhere in relation to what upgrades are being proposed in the GNA, for example. But I appreciate and agree that it is not a sufficient method for tracking whether ICA results are, or whether we want to call it aligned or accurate here. So what I understand you to be saying, and I think I agree with this, that what you did in the biannual report with the load projects is not just tied to zeros. Essentially, you're saying what was the size of the project that was requested, the results, and then what the limiting criteria is, and then whether upgrades need to be done. And I thought that was useful, and I think we gave credit to PG&E for providing answers where they didn't align with the results. I think that was super instructive. But what I want to understand here is on the right-hand side, you're saying that PG&E shared plans to track and compare load ICA values. And I think you're referring to the advice letter for the automatic capacity evaluator. I don't remember that in particular. So are you saying that in that advice letter, you proposed a method to track and compare ICA values? Because I can go back to it. I obviously haven't read that in a while, or are you proposing something new that hasn't been sort of documented?
Yeah, so thanks for the question. That's always been the plan. I don't remember, January is pretty early on. It definitely wasn't highlighted as one of the the main purposes of why we're doing it. Right? There's a lot of other benefits as well, but since this has become such a highlighted topic about tracking, we just wanted to bring that forward again. And we can provide you more details about that, but we're seeing now that that's very important to stakeholder visibility. So we're definitely going to place that of higher importance. But that's always been the plan, having the data in a systematic way to report on that data.
Okay, so it's not, and this is fine, to be clear, I'm not just trying to make sure I understand where it's, but, so you guys haven't done a written proposal for this, that's before the commission in either this ICA advice letter or in the earlier January one. But
Yeah,
maybe
well,
you're willing to write to actually document your plan to do the comparison somewhere for the, because the commission has two advice letters that it's trying to decide on, I think.
yes. Yes, yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely yes. The answer is yes, but there's a good reason for not having the documents yet. Well, one was this was started in January, and we had protests against it from stakeholders, including yourself, and we have not since received a reply to that yet. So, so that's kind of still in we're at a standstill on that end. I have a slide next about this whole project that we can talk more about that. But that's one of the main reasons.
Okay, that answers my questions, and I appreciate you guys' efforts here.
Okay. All right, so this is the Load ICA internal use case, calling it the ACE project. We will be integrating Load ICA into the application process automatically for a capacity pre-screening. And that's to address several challenges. One is the high volume of load applications due to electrification. We want to be able to manage this throughput with existing resources. We don't want to make this unmanageable for the workforce that we have right now. And one of the other main reasons is that customers lack visibility into their constraints. So once they submit the application, it could be several months that they do discover that there is a constraint and that there would be delays for the project. So that time gap is something that we're trying to deal with, getting that information to the customer earlier. And also internally, we don't want to spend our resources on applications, reviewing them, estimating them, going back and forth with the customer, when ultimately it's not going to come to fruition. We would rather direct our resources on applications that will come to fruition. So this data will allow us to do so. And one of the reasons why there is such a lengthy delay between the application submission and finding out there's capacity currently is because of the customer demand calculation and the back and forth of receiving information for the project. Not every customer is ready with a permit, their load calculations. Sometimes they argue with us about the methodology. So as part of this project, we will be automatically calculating their load for them. They will be inputting on our manuals, our standardized manuals. So all load calculations will be standardized. It's going to save a ton of time and reduce a ton of discrepancy and rework. So that's one reason for that. The other one is, in order to have a valid pre-capacity screening, you must have a valid load. So it's really important that we automatically calculate that load portion of it. So the second part of this project is the pre-screening itself. So right now, the interconnection application process is completely separate from the Load ICA data. We are going to be integrating it together, having an automated data pipeline where every application that comes through goes through an automatic screening, exchanges data with the database where ICA lies on, and provides a project-specific hosting capacity screening operation, comparing the demand that was calculated from the customer to the available hosting capacity on our system. Once it does that, it won't pass or fail. We're not going to reject any applications, but it will give an indication of whether there's likely or not to be capacity. And it would also look forward, not just the first year, but also up to 5 years into the future. So even if there's no capacity for when the customer wants to be online, we can tell them when there will be capacity as well. And finally, of course, being able to do this also allows us to track all of this data in our databases. So we will know we will be able to tie the application ID with the line section location with the ICA result. We'll be able to report on this very easily system-wide. So like I said, we're still kind of at a standstill because we're supposed to get it done this year based on our advice letter, but we have not heard a response to the protest yet that we had responded to. We've done work on it, of course. We're still working through internal approvals, but what would help move this along is a resolution to this whole approval ordeal.
Thanks for that, Gabriel. And we have a hand up from Sky, but I have a question I'd like to ask too.
Okay.
So to clarify, when it comes to potentially reporting on the comparison of the ICA results to the outcome of the energization application, is this a dependency as in it must happen to do that tracking, or it greatly increases the efficiency of which that tracking would occur?
It's a little bit of both, I would say. Like if we're going to combine these two systems and interlink them from a data standpoint, like why not make it useful from an operations standpoint as well? So I think you wouldn't gain much by doing just the data linkage.
Mhm. All right, I'll let Sky ask her question.
Yeah, thanks. Can you speak a little bit to how you guys will handle this in the case of ICA results that are not current? So my understanding is that PG&E is not updating the ICA on a monthly basis, and frankly, even if they were, that's not entirely current necessarily, though that's what we're aiming for. So not without getting into that debate, which I'm sure we'll have a little later today, I just want to understand what your approach and proposal would be for this. So like well, let me just pause there and let you ask.
Yeah, I mean, we can debate that. It's the next slide if we're done with this topic. But I mean, our full intention and belief is that we're compliant. We can start that debate now if no one has anyone.
Well, I'm not really
this.
interested in debating it unless you're going to tell me that you guys are updating every changed circuit, regardless of your quote prioritization or triage approach. I don't think there's a debate about the fact that you guys aren't doing that unless, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to correct that, but I want to give someone else a chance to ask other questions about this.
Let me ask my question. I'm asking you.
Well, we have a whole slide dedicated to this whole topic coming up.
My question is for the automatic capacity evaluator, if I go to the map and I look at the ICA or I submit a request or something, however this is going to work, and the Edison doesn't have, or sorry, PG&E doesn't have current ICA results, just tell me how you're going to handle that.
Well, we are going to make sure our system's compliant.
Compliant.
And we will show that.
Does compliant mean updated, current?
Adequately current as per the commission requirement.
All right, we'll debate it in the next slide then, I guess.
Any other questions about this? And yeah, and then I make it clear that being able to compare engineering outcomes with ICA values is contingent on approval of this advice letter that we're still waiting on.
You made that point, and I may want to revisit this later, but we can move to Sky's question on the next slide.
Okay, then we can go to the next slide. Yeah, so our goal is to meet the requirement. We're going to make sure all the circuits are refreshed and compliant with what was ordered of us and what we believe is useful to customers. So this was before my time, but the requirement as we believe it is IOU shall update IC results for changed circuits that have been upgraded or have new DER connections on a monthly basis. So this does not mean we're tracking a per circuit lead time. This is a monthly cadence where every circuit that has changed should be updated monthly. And we have a monthly study cycle that determines which circuits are triggered based on prioritization rules. And every month we refresh 10 to 15% of all of our circuits. So not the ones that need to be triggered, all of them, 10 to 15% of all. So 10 to 15% is what we believe is more than we need for what's triggered. So we don't believe we have any stale circuits. we're still going to track trigger dates. We want to demonstrate it on a per circuit basis, even though that's not the requirement. We have done some recent analysis looking back at snapshots of reports in our old system, and it does appear that average number of circuits triggered each month is about 250, and that's adequately covered by throughput, which is 300 to 500. But again, we're still going to be tracking the trigger dates, and once we track the trigger dates, we'll be able to see on a per circuit basis what is the freshness of our system. But even so, right now we believe we're in compliance just by the fact that on average we are refreshing our system more than what's being triggered. Triggered meaning there's changes to the system, there's manual triggers from for the screen M, and anything that falls within those criteria is getting published.
Looks like Sky has her question ready.
Thanks. Okay, this is cool. First question is, this is the first time you guys have presented this data, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. I don't think we never shared this purple line before. This is something that we analyzed very recently.
Can you, what you did is you averaged, so like, the blue lines are the number of circuits triggered in each month, or the number of circuits updated?
Oh,
Or
yeah,
what is the blue
yeah,
line?
published. So, sorry, I should have probably put a legend here, but the blue is what we're publishing every month. And the purple is an average of the number of circuits triggered every month. So we don't know on a per circuit basis when they were triggered. We don't track that right now. We're going to. But we're able to take snapshots of previous cycle reports showing how many circuits are coming into the new cycle. So we're able to infer the amount per month, but we can't tell you every single circuit is being triggered within 30 days of it, is published within 30 days of its triggering. Let me know if that's clear. I can explain again.
Yeah, I'm not sure if let me just ask again. So the blue lines are telling me how many you published?
Yeah, published meaning updated on our map. Like the analysis has been done.
Would you ever publish if there wasn't a need to update?
We would only publish what was triggered by our trigger criteria.
Okay.
And we're saying the purple line on average is what we're triggering per month.
So the commission's language, which you hopefully included here, says you shall update ICA results for change circuits, yada, yada, on a monthly basis. What you're telling me is that on average, over a year, you update roughly the cadence. But for example, in February of 2025, the number of circuits that were triggered and therefore updated and published was 900 plus. And in September, it was 600, so on and so forth. So you're not saying that you do update every circuit that was triggered for change circuits on a monthly basis, to use the commission's language. What you're saying is that on average over a year, you're at a cadence that when averaged would result in that? Is that a fair explanation?
Yeah, I'm saying on average, we are updating our entire system at a equal or greater rate than the number of circuits that need to be updated.
I don't understand that, so try again.
Yeah, I think I can help ask that question. You said that you only are updating triggered circuits, which makes sense, but how could you be updating greater than that number then?
Well, for example, in February here, we're transitioning platforms. We intentionally wanted to refresh more than what was triggered because we knew there was going to be some troubleshooting period, and we're experiencing that right now where obviously the throughput has decreased temporarily in our system. But kind of having some foresight before that, we purposely refresh more than we needed to trigger. Like anything you see above, we don't stop publishing once we hit that triggering criteria. It's a long line of priorities, right?
Well, that's what I don't understand. So this is like silly to me. You're not publishing something if it didn't need to be updated, right?
Why we can publish what we need to update, and we can also publish more than we need to update.
But why would you
I
publish
don't
something
understand.
more? I don't, that's the part I don't understand. What would it be doing? I'm not sure I understand.
Well, we have the resources, we can publish.
But
We
what
should
else?
publish. We have the
Why
servers.
would you
Why
publish
not
results if they
update
don't
them?
need to be changed? They're already on the map. Are you saying that you're just, what, if nothing changed, then what are you publishing?
It could be for troubleshooting. It could be for manual calls from DGST.
So changes.
Right.
Right. So, I mean, come on, guys. Like,
So there's changes that are determined based on change to the circuits, and there's some that are immediate need, like VGST. And those just go to the front of the line.
right. So what you're saying is you're taking a different interpretation of changed. You're only counting some changes and not all changes. Is that right?
So we're trying to get a granularity to you, right? So before we showed you no data.
I mean,
now we're trying to look back.
I appreciate what you're trying to do, Gabriel. I'm trying to understand it. I really am trying to work with you here, and I really appreciate that having something to work with here. But I don't understand it, so I'm trying to get you to help me explain what you're saying.
Yeah, so in our previous system, we have reports, periodic reports that show a list of all our circuits and what cycle, like what month they're triggered in. And we get that every monthly cadence, right? So you have to do some Excel work to kind of infer like what
So you can
was
tell
actually
me
triggered.
for the month of September, how many circuits were triggered?
Month of September 2024?
2025. Just say last month. You could tell me how many circuits were triggered?
250 plus or minus 15% or so. I had to check the number off the top of my head.
You just said that you could do it with an Excel spreadsheet. I'm not asking you to tell me the number right now. I'm asking you to tell me, could you tell me how many circuits were triggered in September?
Yeah, I could. I would need to pull the data.
Okay.
Yes.
And then could you tell me how many circuits were updated in October for each one of those that was a triggered circuit? Like more specifically.
Not yet.
If there were 50 circuits triggered, could you tell me, was circuit 1 updated in October? Was circuit 2 updated in October? Okay, no. So the number you're giving here is not telling me whether you updated all the circuits that were triggered in the previous months. You don't have.
Like I said, we're not spaces. The circuits that were triggered are the same ones that were published. That I can't tell you.
Okay.
But the commission, is that the requirement? Like, do we know on a per circuit basis? Or maybe I'll ask you a question. If you have a circuit that was triggered on January 30th, and the next cycle, the cutoff of the next cycle is January 31st, and the circuit takes 2 days to process, and not counting the fact that it has to get in line behind the other circuits, it would have to wait until the end of February cycle, right? So now we're a month plus.
We've talked about this before. I think what I've been waiting for is PG&E to propose a metric for that isn't so simplistic. So for example, I'm fine with you designing a cutoff date that corresponds to when you need to update or how long it takes you to run the update. You don't need to doesn't need to be January 1st to 31st. It could be January 5th or whatever, but not as a way to avoid telling me whether circuits are being updated on a monthly basis. So let's go back to, we're making progress here. And again, I appreciate we're making progress in understanding what the problem is, or if there's a problem. So let's go back to this chart here. And February 2025, or you can pick any other one that's above the purple line. What I understand from this chart still is that you are not updating the circuits that were triggered in the previous months, every month.
That
Is
we
that
cannot infer.
correct?
I agree you cannot tell from this chart, and we do not know. I can only tell you quantity. I can only tell you throughput, monthly throughputs. I can't tell you the same ones that were triggered are the same ones that were published.
Okay, and then what you're trying to do with this 250 value is you're trying, or 257 or whatever, is you're trying to say that on average over a year, that's what they're capable of, or what the average number of circuits that are triggered, but not on a monthly basis. So we have, that's a useful reference point, but it's very different based on what we're seeing in the chart from what a monthly cadence would be, right?
I don't see. Okay, so the number of circuits that were triggered, we are refreshing the amount that covers the amount that number on average.
What do you mean by on average? Raymond, do you understand that?
On average means maybe May might be 400, maybe June might be 200. You know, like we're not comparing it month by month. It just look at the requirement and look at what we're actually publishing. Like it.
I'm looking at the requirement. It says the IOU shall update ICA results for changed circuits on a monthly basis.
My understanding of that is that if you summed all of these bars here and distribute out over those months, it would be 257 circuits.
Mm-hmm.
That they are not refreshing or publishing 257 circuits every month, but that across the time span of 2024 May through August of 2025,
right, and they're saying
it would be 257. And my understanding is that they are publishing at times as high as 900 circuits per month. They cannot at this time confirm that 900 circuits were triggered the month before. They believe they are getting all of those circuits, at times going higher for additional system-wide refresh purposes, such as troubleshooting, but that moving forward, once they start tracking trigger date as well, we will be able to compare circuit staleness. That is my understanding. And Gabriel, maybe you can clarify that, but Gabe might have a thought as well that he wants to add. Gabe Petlin of Energy Division, that is.
No, I think you got it right. I mean, can we just pinpoint what, if there is a problem, what it is? Because it clearly is a requirement to publish circuits that have been triggered. We're seeing a high average number of circuits being published. It's just a question of, are they the circuits that were triggered? Is that the only question we're trying to answer here?
Yeah, what I'm trying to understand is, again, just let's go back to what we're trying to do. We're trying to make sure that if I look at the map, the results for that circuit are accurate, or whatever term we want to use now, within 30 months or 30 days, let's say, within a month. And I don't understand if I'm being told that they are doing that or they're not doing that. What I think I'm being told is, on average, they have the capacity to do it on an average basis, but not on a monthly basis. So in a month when there were more than 10 to 15% of circuits that were triggered, that they are not updating the results. And thus, say it was 50% of the circuits that were triggered in that month, the results for that next month and maybe months afterwards will not be accurate on the map. So if that's incorrect, I really want to hear that, but that's not what I'm hearing here. And that's what I'm trying to get down to, because that's all that matters for a customer, literally. Am I looking at relevant results? And going back to the earlier slide, they're proposing to tell customers whether or not they can interconnect based on this. This is critical to getting right. If they're going to be, you're going to approve that big spend they want to do that for people.
Yeah, so just to address that about the previous slide, I mean, that we're making it very clear this is a capacity pre-screening. It hasn't gone through engineering review, right? We're sharing the information early, flagging risks. We're not going to deny the replication based on that. It's basically just providing more information and educating the customer on where we're at. with that location. But agree that we need to be accurate and timely in our refreshing. And we want to strive for that by tracking the trigger date for each circuit. Until then, we can only give you throughputs, and your interpretation is that's correct, right? If you look at November here, November 2024, right? We're below for that month, but we made it up in the following month, right? Could be for various reasons. Maybe it's a shorter month. Maybe there's a circuit that took a long time and bottlenecked the system, and that's going to happen sometimes. That's why we look at it on an average basis.
Okay, I have one more question. Gabriel, is this the best PG&E can do?
Well, no, I gave you a remediation plan. Well, I don't know why you assume that's the best we can do.
Oh, I don't think you guys did propose to remediate this. Am I misunderstanding?
Well, we need to track.
Your notes here say PG&E will be tracking the trigger date.
Yes.
It does not say you're going to fix the problem. And my question is,
we would only fix the problem if there's a problem. We don't believe there's a problem. We believe there's no problem. We'll also track the trigger dates to show you there's no problem. Until then, can we give a remediation plan if we don't think there's a problem?
Okay, we're talking past each other, but I think
what evidence do you have that it's a problem? Like, that's an assumption, right? And
you're showing me the evidence
to dispel that assumption.
You're showing me that you do not update every circuit that is triggered within a month.
Is that the requirement?
I believe that is the requirement. And what I'm asking,
can we make it clear what the requirement is?
Reasonable requirement. If you want the ICA to be useful, that is what I believe, and the commission will make a decision about that. So what I'm asking you, and you can decline to answer this, is if the commission determined that that is the requirement, that's been the requirement since 2017, whether you could meet it. What you're saying is you want the commission to issue a different interpretation, and I understand that. And
yeah, we would love an interpretation, but either way, we're going to track it and comply with the publication.
Okay, and if you've done any, when I ask if that's the best you can do, so it sounds like you do think you could do that. You're just not sure if you're doing it now.
Tracking trigger date of each circuit. Yeah, we can't do that now.
I'm not asking about tracking. I'm asking about figuring out whether you're updating the circuits that are triggered. If it turns out that after you do the tracking, that you're not updating all the circuits that are changed in a month, can you fix that?
Yes, of course. We will meet the requirement. We will determine what the best metric is. Like I said, there's no perfect metric. Like the example I gave, January 29th or 30th, one that gets triggered on that isn't going to make it next publication. Are we out of compliance? Because that's a little bit nuanced. So we need to figure out what that metric is.
All right. To avoid us going in circles, it sounds like the need for tracking the trigger date is great here, because that would allow us to identify if circuits are being updated on the appropriate monthly cadence, and also verify that they are being updated in the correct month. I understand we can go into very tight interpretations of whether circuits triggered maybe the day before a batch is published, whether that should be in that batch. But I hear what Sky is saying, that realistically there is a monthly update, and you would hope at a very minimum a circuit doesn't get excluded from that month plus day or whatever leeway there is. And this tracking of trigger date is going to be essential to validating that. And PG&E, if they become aware of the fact that they are not updating as needed, will remedy that. But they cannot confirm it is an issue at this point.
Thank you for the discussion. I appreciate it.
Yep. Yeah, we will track the trigger dates, and then we will figure out whether it's indeed a problem, and work together with you guys on a metric and resolution. Anytime that we get interpretation of the requirement. Because every workshop it keeps getting brought up that we're not in compliance. The way it's written here, we think we're in compliance. There's no per circuit update requirement as we see it. I understand the usefulness of it, and we want to strive to get there, but I don't like I just that being repeated that we're not in compliance. It should be dispelled.
And your opinion is that the word average is in that sentence somewhere, or should be read in.
Okay,
Well,
this is kind of going in circle. I mean, I'm happy to provide an interpretation. I think the plain reading of this, and I think Raymond just said it, is that it's the words on the page mean exactly what they mean. That the IOUs shall update the results for change circuits on a monthly basis. Now, there may be a lack of clarity on whether that means like within 30 days or by the next month, but the intent there is with monthly and not longer. And what I'm seeing, I think what we're seeing on the chart is that there is a known cadence of refresh on a monthly basis, but there isn't 100% certainty whether there's a concurrence of those refreshes with triggered circuits. And I think in order to provide confidence to users, there should be concurrence. And what I'm hearing from Gabriel is that you plan to implement that by the end of Q1 2026. I'm not sure I know why it's taking that long, but that is what I'm hearing you're planning to do, and that would address this issue. Is that
that's
fair
correct?
Summary?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
So I just don't want there to be a lack of clarity on what the interpretation is of that order.
Agreed.
Okay.
For the sake of time, I think we should move to Brian Liddick's question if possible. I want to give him ample time to hear a response before he has to hop off. Brian, do you want to potentially explain or read your question aloud? Raise your hand if you'd like to do so. Brian, we see you're unmuted, but we cannot hear you currently. Brian, unfortunately, we still cannot hear you. Would you prefer that I read your question aloud? If so, please indicate that in the chat, but I'll allow you to keep trying with your mic. All right, Brian says I can go ahead and read this message. There's a question for PG&E. It is a slightly longer one, so please stick with me. Question for PG&E, but would appreciate other IOUs weighing in. I'm struggling to understand some data we got from our analysis of PG&E's ICA, though this could be true of others as well. We would normally assume that max load is worst case for load ICA and min load is the worst case for gen ICA. Our analysis shows that this is true, or that both cases are the same for IC_safety_bank. But for all other values, it isn't always true. For IC_opflex, gen ICA is lower at max load, only less than 0.2% of the time. Sticking with gen ICA, for thermal, it's lower at max 4.4% of the time. For voltage, 37.4% of the time, and they're always equal for protection, at least that makes sense. For load ICA, thermal is lower at min 3.4%, and for voltage 14.6%. First, since we can't separate out steady state voltage and voltage variation in PG&E's data, that's another problem. I don't know which is more to blame, but I've seen some data from other IOUs, ICAs, which makes me think a voltage variation could be more often be limiting at the opposite loading scenario, i.e. max for gen and min for load. Could you discuss under what scenarios this could be the case for all ICA constraints?
Yeah, I think he's seeing the discrepancy where it's generally known that thermal is limited maximum loading condition and gen the low loading condition. He's seeing the opposite in his data, and I'd be curious on the sample size that he used and what locations, because thermal should be the driving constraint for maximum loading. Yeah, without looking into what he did, I couldn't tell you. I mean, there are situations of limiting constraint for the limiting, and not the capacitor banks or voltage regulator already being at near close to capacity, and they need to be upgraded or settings need to be changed. But it does happen, but it shouldn't be the majority of the time.
Gabriel, until Brian comes on, can I clarify, Raymond?
Yeah, I think that's appropriate, Sky.
To make sure I understand what you said. So I think the numbers, the values that Brian documented here, and we're happy to share with you exactly what we did. I believe we ran the whole PG&E system, all the ICA results that we had received from you for this, but I could be wrong about that, so we'll double check. He's not saying that voltage or thermal is the constraint, as much as if you look at the max results versus the min results, that the unexpected one, those are what the percentages are telling us. So he's not saying that voltage is the constraint 37.4 times, but rather that the inverse of what you would expect is the constraint for voltage, either the max or the min. Does that make sense?
You said maximum, you mean the loading condition, right?
Yeah, so you run two 288-hour scenarios, one for max and one for min, for both load and generation, right?
Right.
And so for what we were trying to do here, and I'll explain why we did this, but the results were so unexpected that it didn't take us down the path we thought we were going down. But we were trying to understand for generation, typically a customer would look at the min results and not the max and the min results. And what we were testing is that right? And the answer was no, that your results say that the max results are often the constraint, more constraining than the min results. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I think we're kind of saying the same thing. I would also expect it the opposite way, like you said. I mean,
yeah, we did it for both load and gen.
I'm sorry?
We did it for both load and gen, and that's what his results were.
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't expect it the data to skew that way. I would love to take a look, but that's also the reason why we look at all 576 hours instead of looking at them separately, like high, max and min separately, because the reality is that the opposite happens, like your data shows. We don't think it should happen as much as that, but yeah, 576 is part of the reason why we do it.
Interesting. Okay. So a couple just additional comments. I'm hoping Brian can come on if he has further questions, but it sounds like we're going to have more conversation about this offline either way. And this is sort of a comment for the commission as much as PG&E. We do need to understand this because it is unexpected. And Gabriel, like Brian said, we can understand a couple scenarios where it might occur, but we should get to the bottom of this. This wasn't expected to be a test of accuracy, and I know that's a loaded word around here, but it was surprising enough that we do feel like we need answers to this. And let me explain why we did this to start was we understand you have a computational problem, and we were trying to understand if we need to run 288 scenarios for load and gen. each, or whether we could just run one, or if there are certain circumstances in which you might not need to do as much computation. Obviously, the answer for PG&E was no, that you do need to run them both if that's what the most limiting was, but we don't understand why that's the case. And then to the commission, I believe, if I understand how each of the IOUs set up the LGP profile tool, they did it differently. So what PG&E did, and this is the reason we started with PG&E's numbers, well, one of the reasons is that PG&E's LGP profile tool looks at both the max and the min and finds the most limiting one, and then uses that to create the 90% of that to then get to what the limit would be for the creation of a profile. You with me so far? I believe, and I don't know if the other IOUs are on here, but from looking at their spreadsheets, what I understand is they are only looking at the min scenario. They are not looking at the max scenario. And so we need to understand if that seemed to make sense to us, but PG&E was doing it differently. So we're going to need to understand, are the results different across the IOUs? Is there a reason to need to look at max and min, and what the appropriate thing is? Because that actually has like potential system implications to it if we are using an LGP. So, and I highlighted this for you, I think, Raymond, in our email correspondence about things I was hoping to address here. Does that make sense? I know that was a lot of information to impart.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think we should look into it. I don't think we should stray away from we shouldn't strive for separating 288. I think we should always take 576, but that breakdown, I think it's important to look into, which we will.
Okay, I could be wrong with this, but I believe that PG&E had an opportunity to correspond with Eric about this and has failed to respond to Brian's emails about it. So I believe he emailed Jessica. Brian, please put in the chat if I'm mixing this up with something else. But so we welcome to hear an opportunity to talk with you about it and figure it out. And hopefully there's just a reasonable explanation we don't understand. And then Raymond, I think you know that we have all the data, but we don't have infinite resources to conduct this analysis for every IOU. But I think there's a significant question here about what needs to happen. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you for the feedback. Noted down.
Yeah, thank you for that commentary, Sky.
Brian, you want to put in chat if I screwed anything up? He's the dad guy, not me. So I think we got to the point, which is that we need to have more conversation about it.
All right, looks like Brian said that captured it pretty well, so we can keep moving forward.
Yeah, I'll let my colleague Ravi take these next few slides. You can unmute
Sure,
him.
Gabriel. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Hello. Just I'll quickly walk you through some of the updates and some of the questions that were posted earlier. And so our grip is the grip resource integration portal, and the updates that we have recently made as part of our August release in terms of making some of the bug fixes and updating the ICA data as per the monthly cadence, along with the yearly debug data as well. And one of the bugs that we have fixed that we wanted to highlight is the search functionality. We are searching by the coordinates, the GPS coordinates that wasn't working. We identified that and fixed it, and you should see that working now. And one more point that we wanted to highlight is an unplanned outage that happened on July 28th. And that was from the platform. The SRE was the SaaS vendor, and there was an outage, and it was about 30 minutes. The application was not available. So that I wanted to highlight here. Can we go to the next slide, please? I think briefly we talked about the LGP when Gabriel was thinking, and even Sky also explained along with Brian. So this is the LGP skin from the application, where for a given line section, you have the pop-up that provides the line section attributes as well as the 576 data that you can see on the pop-up. And from there, you can navigate into the chart where you can see the 4 graphs that Sky also just mentioned, about min, max, as well as 90% as the minimum value. So all the 4 graphs are seen. The important point that I wanted to draw your attention here is as part of this chart, we have the ability to export this data into one of the common formats, being the CSV format. And that CSV file can be downloaded and it is available, and they can see all these values populated, and they can take it further downstream for their processing from a customer standpoint. Slide, please. So these are some of the 3 questions that we have briefly touched upon, and I think we already discussed about this, but just wanted to quickly highlight. The first question being, why grip lacks a feature or an LGP profile creation tool similar to their peers? So if you look at the option right now, the screenshot that I have provided earlier in this slide, where you have the ability to export it as a CSV file, and you can see all the data visually, and at the same time, you can see not only on the chart, you can see it in the table, as well as you can export the data into a CSV. And right now, we are not allowing anyone to upload the customers to update any data directly into the portal. So we are giving the ability to download the CSV data for this hourly profile data. The second one is the bug that I just spoke about. And the third one is about the reason why we are picking up some of the max and min values is that we have seen in some cases not necessarily only the max or the minimum, but considering all the 576 values that would accurately reflect the minimum of those values. So hence we are having both max and min considered. So I think these are the updates from my side. Back to you, Gabriel.
Looks like we have a question from Sky, actually.
Yeah, thanks. While in this slide, so for this first item, can you give, or whoever, can you explain, did you not do the pre-formatted CSV files? I think that's the term you're using here. You said they were deemed unnecessary because it's hard to do that? Or is there, like, can you give me the real reason why you didn't do it? Like, I understand that all of the data, the raw data is there. I have looked at it. It's incredibly challenging to actually do the formatting. So I'm just wondering is it that you couldn't do it like your peers, or you just decided you didn't want to be helpful? Again, I don't mean to ask it so loaded. I just am trying to understand why didn't you do it like your peers? And even though your user guide actually shows it like that, what's the reason why you didn't decide to add that layer? Is it hard to do? I don't actually know what's required behind the scenes to do it.
So one thing is the CSV format that is available. It's part of the application where we can export the data. So that is one part of it. And when we're talking about,
everyone allows you to export a CSV file with it. That's the same as the other IOUs. Are you saying there's something different?
So all the 4 graphs that we are showing, all the 4 graph values will be able to export the data. So I'm pretty sure the other IOUs are not providing the export for all the other data, all the 4 graphs, because they're not showing all the 4 graphs. That is one. The second one is if you're talking about a pre-formatted CSV file. So that means we are talking about bringing in and populating that spreadsheet of the CSV file with all the information that is required. So the idea here is again, I think from what I understand, the entire intent is for a specific format so that users will be able to input their data, and this data we will be able to fill up the data with that spreadsheet. But we are not allowing any users to populate the data or fill it up and upload it to our application. So I think that is the primary reason.
I'm not understanding still, so help me out. What I'm trying to understand is, are you not able to take a CSV file with the ICA results, the generation ICA results on the 288-hour basis, and then provide columns that show the options for the 3 different types of LGPs that are allowed using that ICA data? Like I'm assuming you've looked at what your peers have done. Did you answer why you haven't done that? Or are you just telling me you don't want to do it? Or like I understand all the raw data is there. I'm just asking why. Is it not possible to help customers a little more? Or is it difficult for you to do that? And it's fine if the answer is yes, it's difficult. I just don't understand. I don't know what the answer is.
I think it's not about the difficulty. That this is the path that we have taken as part of our design.
It's not difficult to do. You could do
No,
it.
it's not that we couldn't do it. I mean, I wasn't involved in the decision making here, but at some point decision was made. The way that we ingest data was in a web app based format, not CSV. My assumption is it was more web app based ingestion is more sophisticated, and it leaves out the nuances of having a properly formatted CSV file. So having both the web app based ingestion and a CSV file would essentially be duplicating what's actually needed. So it was just a design decision that we made. It's not that we're unable to do it.
Okay, so if I was to ask you today to do it so that it would be helpful for customers, because it's pretty hard to do manually on your own, would you consider doing it?
I'll note that down. I'm sure it would be a consideration. If it's a customer need, then I'm sure we would consider it. I'll note that down for those involved in this.
Would you like me to have people email you to explain how hard it is on their own?
Yeah, I think that would
Really
be helpful.
hard.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're taking it, you'll consider it. When will we hear back on what you decided after you consider it?
Can we see your email first? I can't speak for those involved right now, but I'll definitely note it down and give it to them expeditiously.
Okay, thank you.
All right, looks like Eric has a question on this as well.
Yeah, thanks. Just on this last item here on the bottom about the max and min profiles for generation in the LGP. Maybe just to start with a point of education for me, because I've never encountered that concept before, max and min profiles for generation in the LGP. There's nothing in the LGP resolution that talks about max and min profiles. It just basically talks about the 288 static grid values and using those as the basis for the LGP, the 24 LGP values. I'm wondering what that means, the max and min profile. I can understand where the limiting constraint might occur during higher loading conditions, but where did this come from? And is it true then that some combination of max and min values are being provided to a customer when they're downloading the LGP profile for a given circuit, prior to application? Could you just explain that a little bit? Because this is literally the first time that I'm encountering this.
Yeah, in fact, one thing is about the actual value itself, and in terms of identifying the minimum value, so we have to consider both min and max. And while we are considering both 288 and the 576 values, so we thought when we are actually using those values to determine the minimum value, why not present these to the customer as well? So that's the reason you see those 4 graphs.
Okay, I'm not quite sure I understood what you just said. Could you repeat it again and perhaps a little more slowly also?
Absolutely, yeah. So we have the entire 576 values, which covers both the min and max, and on top of that, we are determining the minimum value among all these 576. So that means we are by the time we are actually presenting it to the customer, while the requirement is the minimum value. Now we are talking about, we already determined the 288 plus 288 values. Why not show them on to the map as well as the 90% of that value as well in the form of the graph. So that means we are showing 4 values, 4 represented by the 4 graphs. Yeah.
Yeah, you're taking the minimum of 576, not the minimum of 288.
Correct.
That's the basic okay, that's the basic situation. And I'm not sure that was contemplated. But let's we can pass it for now. But I think I'm gonna have a look into this with our colleagues here in interconnection as well, because that is something that is perhaps unexpected. I'm not sure, but anyway, I'll turn it back to you, Raymond. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Eric. It looks like Sky has a follow-up question.
Yeah, 2 more questions just to help understand the LGP results. The first question is, I have been looking at LGP results downloaded from the PG&E's grep, and I'm finding that in multiple locations, I'm being provided a negative result. Can you tell me what a negative result means and why I would be getting it?
So you're seeing minus 99.99, is that correct?
I'm seeing either minus 90 or minus 100.
So that could be rounded off. Wherever we have the minus 99.99 or for that matter, minus 100. So those are the values that are
I can't hear you very well. Can you, there's just like a little disturbance on the line, so.
Is this any better?
Yes, maybe.
Okay, okay. Yeah, those negative values are the ones, those are the redacted values which follow the Rule 21.
Okay.
And yeah, based on that, we are redacting and not showing the actual values.
Is that explained somewhere?
Yes, it is there in the documentation, the user guide.
Okay. That leads me to my second question conveniently, which is, I think we have a bit of a problem. And this, I'm glad Eric's online for this. And Brian, unfortunately, is listening, but not going to be able to weigh in here, and I might need his help. But PG&E was not evaluating what you guys call the safety bank issue previously. And I think you realized that, and then you made the modification to add the safety bank item. And the safety bank concept is not anywhere in Rule 21. It's not a criteria that's evaluated or referenced in the orders. I understand why you guys created it, but you're redacting it. And by redacting it, we're now in a situation where in a lot of cases, in fact, in most of the cases my clients have sent me results for, there are no LGP results because of the safety bank being redacted. So I understand, I think, why you're redacting it, but my question is, why is a more root question, and I doubt we're going to be able to answer this today, but I need to put it out there. SCE and San Diego are doing something different to evaluate that backfeed issue that doesn't result in results that would reveal customer data under the 1515 rule. And I'm wondering if we need to find a way around this problem. Again, respecting the 1515 rule and the need to not reveal customer load data, but also not to undermine the usability of the ICA in a significant portion of PG&E's territory. So my question is, have you guys evaluated another way of approaching the safety bank that doesn't result in customers not being able to get meaningful ICA results?
Yes, thanks for asking that question. In fact, this topic came up as part of our design discussions internally, and we are actively working on it and to come up with alternatives and a better way that we can represent it. So it is definitely on our priority list.
Great, that's a wonderful answer. So should we expect an update on that next time? I don't know when, probably ideally before 6 months.
Yeah, I think you should be able to expect an update on that for sure.
Okay, and just to be clear, we are agreeing to talk about the same thing. You're looking at whether or not you can figure out a way to provide or otherwise get around the safety bank redaction issue.
That's correct.
Okay, that's great news. We'll stay tuned and appreciate you guys to hear that you're already looking at it.
All right.
Wait, can I ask one more question? If a customer hypothetically wanted to be able to get those results to build an LGP, like now, would that be possible?
Yeah, it is possible. Yes, they have, they can download the raw data, which is part of the downloadable files. If they want to see the processed data, they can export as well. So both are available.
But they're redacted.
Yeah, they will be redacted. That's correct.
So they can't actually use it, right?
Yeah, they cannot use the redacted values for sure. Yes.
All right, that appears to be all the questions for this slide. PG&E is your next slide, your Q&A slide.
Yes, next is Q&A. Yeah.
I want to check if there are any outstanding questions. I saw a question from Anthony earlier that I don't know if it was addressed. Perhaps it was. Anthony, if you have an unaddressed question, please raise your hand. All right, seems like that was answered. We are ahead of schedule, but are there any additional questions for PG&E at this point in time? Sky, I see you have questions for staff.
I just was wondering if you could give us updates on a couple items. So we talked about here in relating to PG&E's proposal, the outstanding advice letter that they have, plus the other IOU's advice letters. And I'm wondering if you guys can give us an update on where you guys are with processing those advice letters. These are the January advice letters.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gabe, I see you came on camera.
Okay. So yeah, there are protests, and we're sorry for the delay in processing them. We do want to get them resolved, and maybe wanting to speak with the protesters and speak with the filers, and just to figure out how to navigate and bridge the gap on some of these issues. So yeah, there'll be some communication probably going out. So just to restate what the options are, there's one option is a supplemental filing from the filers, the IOUs, and I'm using that plural. It could be one, could be more. Typically that would trigger a new protest period, not necessarily the full 20 days. Depends. And that's one possible way to resolve it. Depending on the content of those supplementals and whether they're subsequently protested, that could determine whether they get approved through what's called a standard disposition, which is basically a one-day approval, or a non-standard disposition, which is more like a 2 to 4 week approval through a letter. or a resolution, which is more of a 2 to 4 month process. So you can see the range is from, very quick to very long. So that's why it's important for us to really navigate through the protest issues and the original orders and come up with a disposition. So there may be some follow-up discussions we want to have, with IREC and with public advocates about the protest, and as well with the IOUs on their particular advice letters. I could say something very similar about the remediation letters. In general, I'd say when a letter is protested, at least from the commission point of view, sometimes a supplemental can be a preferred solution because it generally reflects, a give and take between the filing and the protest, and then an attempt to make some changes in the hopes that, maybe this would not be protested and would be more consensus. So, because that does open the possibility of, a simple approval. So just giving a sense of some of the options, I think we want to particularly dive into the PG&E load advice letter because of the impact on the timeline. I think that one would be particularly important to try to resolve, as soon as possible. Just, don't want to forestall options if it ends up, eventually getting approved. And the remediation letters seem also pretty timely, so we can keep on track. But at the same time, we just want to make sure that, we come away with a really viable game plan or roadmap or, remediation plan, because we've had so many different attempts at improving ICA, and this was really meant to be an attempt to kind of bring the whole project, back into a usable state and create some kind of predictable, or at least transparent process for improving, and also something that is less contentious, let's say. So while that one is important, I just think it could take a little bit of time just because we want to make sure we get it right.
Okay, so for the first advice letter, and thanks for that, Gabe, the January one, I think that's a tier 1 advice letter. I mix them up sometimes between
Correct,
tier
it
two and
is.
tier
It
three.
is a tier 1. Yeah.
So does that not require a resolution then? Because I think you were laying out options. I guess my memory was that, and again, I could be wrong, the tier 1s do require a resolution?
No, the only advice letter that requires a resolution is a tier 3, but
That's good. I flip them around sometimes in my head.
Any contested advice letter, whether it's tier 1, 2, or 3, if the protests are not dismissed in a non-standard disposition letter, or they're not withdrawn, there is no choice to do but to do a resolution.
Okay. Thank you.
And there are times when protests are withdrawn. There are times when utilities file supplementals and then don't get a protest, and and there can be conversations about all of that. So definitely we'll be doing a little bit of discussions.
Thanks. Did PG&E's first slides include a update on their long-term refinements? I still think there's 1 or 2 outstanding, and they might have started there. I missed the very first minute or 2 of this presentation, of their presentation today.
Hijini, do you have a response to that? I'm not seeing that as a slide.
Oh, sorry about that. The question was about refinements.
Yeah, can you guys just update us on where you are with the remaining long-term refinements?
Yeah, so we've already transitioned from our old systems. So last workshop, we did give that update. Right now, we're working through user acceptance testing currently. Our target was to refresh all the circuits by end of the year. That's still on our radar currently, but we're having some throughput issues with the transition as we change vendors. We're working through them currently, and we see a light at the end of the tunnel right now. We're ramping back up. We expect to be back to normal throughput by end of this month, October. And our goal still is to refresh by end of the year.
Okay, and just to confirm my understanding then, so when you've refreshed, then all of the, whatever it was, 5 load ICA refinements will be completed?
Well,
once the refresh is done?
If you mean the solution is completed, it'll be completed once we finish the troubleshooting, the acceptance testing. That's separate from the goal of refreshing everything. The refresh would be after we've already achieved the refinements in production.
Right, but I mean, I understand that. I'm just meant that, like, you've done all 5, you've done the work on the 5. You just need to user test and then actually refresh the results so that they show that work.
Yes.
Okay, and your goal is to do that by the end of this year, but it sounds like you're not sure if you'll meet that.
Yeah, if we were back to full throughput by end of the month, that seems still achievable. But like I said, we're still working through things with the vendor. It looks good currently, but I won't make a definitive statement right now on whether that's going to be 100% the case.
Okay, and I assume you'll update the commission if you don't get it done by the end of the year?
Oh, definitely.
Thank you. I think I'm gonna, famous last words, but I think those are all my questions, Raymond.
Thank you for all your questions, Sky. All right. Well, we are ahead of schedule, but I wanted to cover the next steps once again, just to clarify for everybody. So Gabe already spoke to this with greater detail, but to clarify that the next steps will be the disposition of the Tier 3 advice letters, which will be handled in the processes Gabe outlined. And once those Tier 3 advice letters are disposed of, the utilities will be required to implement the approved for remediation plans and continue to use the biannual reports and quarterly workshops to provide updates on their progress. And then much further down the road, there is an opportunity to sunset or extend this workshop series. I want to thank everyone for being here today. I think it's a lot of very useful conversation, and I look forward to speaking to all of you further. I'll wait a few minutes in case there are any last-minute questions. I see there's one. When will the next workshop be? The next workshop is not currently scheduled, but it would be required to be in Q4 of 2025. Due to the holiday season, I think we will be trying to hold that one a little bit earlier in December, most likely, but we will get back to you all once we have the ability to announce and confirm a date.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing
Great.
no
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for all the presentations and questions and discussion.
Thank you again, everyone. Hope to hear from you all soon.
Thank you, everyone.